IB Nation, Notre Dame fans. We've got some Ohio State fans, LSU fans, just college football fans in general. Today is the day for you because today is Friday. You ain't got no job. Well, hold on a second. That's another movie. That's a different thing. It's Friday. Means it's Notre Dame football mailbag. It means just Friday free-for-all mailbag. That means you can ask anything college football related, anything recruiting related. You can ask about other teams. You can ask whatever you want. We'll occasionally answer some non-football questions from people if they ask one that's interesting. There's a question from I Am Tenzin where he's trying to get me in trouble with my wife. He's got an Italian food question. Like, not cool, man. You're talking to a guy married to an Italian, so you're trying to start some drama. I don't appreciate that at all. But no, I'm just joking. There actually is a question about Italian food. But, man, this is my favorite day of the week, Trev, because we get to sit back, let y'all decide what you want to hear about today, and then we'll answer it. We're going to have some fun with it. So, as always, get that MB in there, or you can put a mailbox emoji, mailbox emoji on there. If you want to get your question pushed to the top, you put a super chat in there. We already have some super chats already ready to rock and roll. And then we're going to go for a while. It's going to be a fun day today. We've already got over 50 questions submitted today, Trev. So I am ready to rock and roll. How are you today, man? You ready to bring your A game today, Trev? You ready to go? You got your nice new fresh polo on that somebody, like a little Christmas present. You must have a cool boss, man, sending you cool free shirts like that. That's pretty sweet. But you ready to rock and roll today, man?
I'm ready, man. We're rocking the new digs today. It's golf weather. I don't know if there's any other golfers in the chat. Brings me kind of out of my seasonal depression. I'm ready. I'm glad that it's warm outside. But yes, this was an awesome polo gift from the boss man. Some might call him a genius, as people have said earlier this week in the chat.
Somebody's aiming for a raise. I love it. Hey, before we get started, I just hear Karen, who's been with us for a while. She says, hi, IB, spending part of my B day with you fine people, 156 days until Miami. Karen, happy birthday. We are truly honored that you're spending part of your day with us. And the way these mailbags go, if you're watch the whole thing, you're going to spend a big chunk of your birthday with us. But we appreciate you blessing us with your presence today. And we always appreciate your countdown. And it just gets us, we're closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. But Karen, thank you so much. Happy, what is it, 30th, 29th birthday, Karen, right? There you go. It's going to be 29th birthday. My wife's going on her. She's been on several 29th birthdays now for a while. So we're ready to go. Karen's ready to go. She's here with us on her birthday. So Trev, man, it's going to be a fun one today. You ready to rock and roll?
Always.
We got some super chats to start off with, and John A1 is coming in hot with a really fun Friday mailbag question to start us off with.
Super chat from John A1. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate that very, very much. Happy Friday, IB. If the conference is realigned back to having 8 power conferences with the return of the Big East, the Southwest, the Pac-12 or 10 or 8. And the American Conference, each conference champ makes the playoff. Which top teams find a new home?
Well, John, this is a great question because, so the Big East started as a conference. I believe the first year for the Big East was 1991. And so if you look at where the conferences were in 1991, there was no American Conference. That didn't come until much later. And so the 8th would be either the WAC, would probably be the 8th. You had the Big West and the WAC. The WAC was a little bit better back then. The WAC had BYU. It had Utah, San Diego State, Air Force, which is a perennial top 5. The WAC had, or the Big West had Fresno, San Jose State. So it was a little bit of a different animal. But if you went back to that, man, that would be and I think Boise at the time was still was still an FCS program, I believe, at the time. But I'd probably put them in the WAC, which would help them. So they would find a new home. They wouldn't be in what are they in now? The Mountain West. The Mountain West wasn't a thing then. It was kind of a combination of the Big West and the WAC schools. So if we went back to when the Big East kind of started, you'd have to go back to 1991. So you'd have the SEC, you'd have the Pac-10, you'd have the Big Ten Conference, which still was. Here's the crazy thing, Trev. You're a little too young to be a part of this reality, but there's this crazy thing back in 1991 where like the conferences that were named with a number actually had that number of teams in their league. Crazy, right? So the Pac-10 actually only had 10 teams in it. The Big Ten in 1991, this is nuts, right? It only had 10 teams in it. I'm being incredibly sarcastic right now. So you had the Big East, the Big Eight, which was a great conference, and then the ACC. So if you went back to that time, which teams would find a new home? You'd have Oklahoma would be back in the Big Eight. You'd have Southwest Conference would welcome back Texas, which was obviously, I really wish the Southwest Conference was still a thing. That would be a fun conference. This is who the Southwest Conference was. You'd have Texas and Texas A&M going back to the Southwest Conference, which also had Baylor, Texas Tech, Arkansas, TCU, Houston, SMU, and Rice. That would be a really, really good league. The Big Eight would be Nebraska, Colorado, Oklahoma, Kansas, Kansas State, Missouri, Iowa State, and Oklahoma State. That'd be a great conference. Miami would go back to the Big East, so that's another team that would find a new home. The ACC is still the ACC. Now, the question that I would have is, within these, would we be sending teams back to sort of the conferences they eventually joined? So, like, would Florida State go back to being an independent, which they were in 1990? I believe they were still an independent in 1991. Or would they just go to the ACC, which they joined a couple years later? So, like, does Penn State go back to being an independent, or do they go to the Big Ten? I would imagine you're going to put those teams in the leagues they want to be in. You're not going to have a bunch of teams become independent again. So you're probably going to have Florida State stays in the ACC. You're going to have Penn State will stay in the Big Ten. That kind of thing would be my guess. So some of the leagues look a little bit different. And honestly, Trev, when I do NCAA, but when I play NCAA 2025, when I first started it, I kind of did that. Now I wish, and if there's ever an EA sports person listening, allow us to change the names of the leagues, because I make the old conferences. So I turn like the American into the Big East.
Okay.
I turn West into like the what was it? I'm trying to remember which. I turned one of them into Sun Belt. I think I turned into the Southwest. I turned the Mountain West into like, the so like I kind of go back to like, and then I'll now kind of put some of the teams that were independent or in not one of those leagues. I'll kind of put them in a league to try to get the numbers right. So that's part of the fun of it. But so those are teams that would be. It's a lot of it's the new teams in the Big Ten, and it's the new teams in the SEC that would find new homes. The SEC would still be a great league. It's Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, Mississippi State, LSU, Vandy, Auburn, Ole Miss, Kentucky. The Pac-10 would have Oregon back. You'd get USC back, so they'd get a new home. Those teams would go back to their old leagues. As I mentioned, Texas A&M and Texas would go, and now also TCU and SMU would go back to the Southwest Conference. You would have BYU would go back to the WAC. I would love to see the old WAC, and then I'd add Boise State to that league as well. So, I mean, those are teams, and I'd keep Florida State in the ACC. I'd keep Penn State in the Big Ten. I'd probably put Louisville. I would put to the Big East, because Louisville was an independent in 1991 when the Big East first got started, and then they jumped in the Big East before going to the ACC. So I'd put some of those teams in the Big East. This is crazy, Trev. In 1991, these are the teams that were still independent: Notre Dame, Penn State, Florida State, Cincinnati, South Carolina, Louisville, and then some non-Power Fives: East Carolina, Tulsa, both finished 1991 ranked, Louisiana Tech, Akron, Memphis, Army, Southern Miss, Cincinnati, Southwest Louisiana, which is now the Raging Cajuns, just Louisiana, and then Northern Illinois, Tulane, and Navy were all independents back then. And then
Wow.
Boise was an FCS school, a division, or at the time would have been 1AA. So yeah, that would be this is why I say I wish we could go back to as we get this new landscape of college football. I wish one thing that could happen is that we went back to, hey, you can, ESPN wants to have the SEC, they can have the SEC, and they can pay the SEC whatever they want. They can pay whatever they want for the Big Ten, but at the end of the day, all that money goes into one pool that gets split up amongst all the conferences. And that would then allow us to get back to more regionally based conferences. You don't need 18 teams in the league. You don't need this. You don't need that. And that would, to me, get college football back to being something way more fun. And man, that would be a blast. But those are the teams that would most likely, or those are the teams that would have new homes, and that would be a lot of fun to watch some of those old rivalries, like now Texas A&M back in the league again, but a league that actually has teams that are like them. I mean, that the Southwest Conference, I mean, you almost could have called it something related to Texas, because the only team in the Southwest Conference that wasn't in Texas was Arkansas, because the rest of the league was A&M, Baylor, Texas Tech, TCU, Texas, Houston, Rice, and SMU. So that'd have been a fun league. But yeah, probably never going to happen. But man, that'd be a blast. That'd be a blast, absolute blast.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird to think about. I mean, obviously, we talk a lot on the show about how old I am and some of the things that I've gotten to see and some of the things that I haven't gotten to see. And it's weird to hear that back then it was, Penn State was an independent, Florida State was an independent. That's, yeah.
Well, I've said this. I know I've said this on the show before, Trev, but I don't know if you've ever heard it. But if you go back and look at 1988, first of all, you look at the 1980s, 6 of the 10 national champions from 1980 to 1989. 6 of the 10 national champs were independent teams, because you had Miami won 3, Penn State won 2, and Notre Dame won 1.
Wow!
So 6 of the 10 national title winners were independents, and it was and I think the other ones were, I know Clemson won a title in 81, Georgia won one in 80, I think Oklahoma won one. Oklahoma might have won 2. Yeah, I think Oklahoma actually won 2, because from 86 to 89, it was Penn State, Miami, Notre Dame, Miami. So yeah, Oklahoma won 2. Let's see here, national champions for Oklahoma, claim national. So 85. So Oklahoma only won 1. So let me go college football national champions. I know Georgia was 80. Clemson, I believe, was 81. Let me see here real quick. Just give me a second. 81. I guess scroll through the 1905. So let's go 1980. So yeah, Georgia was number 1, 80. Clemson in 81, Penn State in 82, Miami. Oh, BYU. BYU was the other one. BYU won a title in 1984. And they were undefeated in 13-0. So yeah, BYU. And then Oklahoma won in 85 with my guy Jamel Holloway, Penn State in 86, and then it was Miami, Notre Dame, Miami. So yeah, it was a different animal. And then the 90s kicked things off with the Big 8, winning the title, tying with the ACC, Colorado and Georgia Tech. And then there was a tie between what would have been an independent still in 91 in Miami, and then a Pac-10 team in Washington, and then the SEC. 92 was SEC, 93 was ACC, 94 was Big 8, 95 was Big 8, 96 was SEC, 97 was a tie between the Big 8 and the Big 10, 98 was SEC, 99 was ACC. So you didn't have like that one league that was dominating just the conference college football. There's a lot. If you want, who dominated? The independents dominated back then, and there's like 20-something of them. But yeah, it was a fun era. And Ohio State was always playing. Ohio State would travel everywhere because you only had 9 conference games, and you'd have these 2, 3 other games, and then so you'd go out and play. They'd play UCLA. They'd play all these. John Elway, when he was at Stanford, had a big game where he played against Ohio State, went on the road, beat Oklahoma in a big game. Like you had USC would go anywhere. USC's go anywhere, anytime, any place. Mantra, which Lincoln Riley's trying to destroy because he's a coward. I mean, that started back with John McKay back in the 50s and 60s, and it carried over. I mean, USC would go play Alabama, and if you ever watched the movie, what was it called? Oh man. Oh boy. Oh, what was it called? It was here. I'll go find a movie. The name of the movie, but it was really good movie about Alabama. Gosh, what was it called? But it was about a guy that went and played football at Alabama. But it was kind of about that. But let me find this real quick. It was a great movie. My wife and I went and saw it. It was really good. Woodlawn, I think, is what it was. Let's see, was it Woodlawn? Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, it was Woodlawn. Yes, it was about Tony Nathan, who was from Alabama, and I believe so. But there was something at the beginning where one of the things they portrayed, one of the things that opened Bear Bryant's eyes to, because Bear Bryant didn't have black players on his team, but one of the things that, not that it opened his eyes, because I don't know that at the time he was necessarily against it, but he, other people, he was in Alabama in the 60s and 70s, right? But when USC came and played Alabama and I guess whooped them, is what they portray in the movie, it's kind of like, hey, look, like, guys, how long are we going to continue to allow this to happen? You know what I mean? So, that was a really good movie. But, I mean, that you saw so much more of that. I mean, Notre Dame played Alabama twice, in the 80s. Lou Holtz played a number 10 Alabama team in 1987. You saw a lot more of that because there weren't as many games in all these leagues. Like the Big Ten had a lot of conference games because they always had more teams. But a lot of these leagues, you had 8 teams. You got to play 4 or 5 non-conference games. And they were like Texas, Oklahoma. Everybody's like, why does Texas and Oklahoma have to be in the same league? They had an annual rivalry for decades, and they were not in the same league. Oklahoma was in the Big 8, and Texas was in the Southwest. But as conferences grew, it just made it a lot harder to kind of have some of that stuff. So, but it was, let's see here. 1970, USC went down and played Alabama in Tuscaloosa or in Birmingham and beat them 42-21. That was the game they were referring to in that movie, which was really well done. But anyway, so that would be a blast, Trev. But yeah, 1988 is the year I was talking about. In 1988, the number 1, 2, 3, and 5 ranked teams at the end of the year were all independents. Notre Dame 1, Miami 2, Florida State 3, West Virginia 5. The only team that cracked the top 5 that wasn't an independent was number 4 Michigan. So yeah, and I think Michigan that year they lost to Notre Dame, and then their other loss was to Miami in back-to-back weeks. They lost to Notre Dame by 2, lost to Miami by 1. So Michigan was pretty good that year too. But yeah, that'd make for a lot of fun in college football, man. A whole lot of fun.
Yeah, sure would.
So good stuff. All right, Rob Osgood.
Super chat from Rob Osgood. Thank you so much, Rob. Appreciate that. In your opinion, along the offensive line, name the top 5 guys talent-wise versus your starting lineup. Are there any differences?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would probably have some differences because I would have a hard time not having Will Black as one of the 5 most talented, but I don't think Will Black's one of your 5 best for 2025. If I could design a perfect scenario for Notre Dame in 2025, it would be this. As I said, it would be this. Gerby Lambert proves himself to the point where you just have to play him at tackle. And I don't care if you put him at left or put him at right, just him and Emil Wagner at tackle. Your guards are Billy Schrouth and Charles Jagasol, and your center is either Anthony Knapp or Ashton Craig. Let them battle it out. And that's my starting 5, and I'm winning a Joe Moore award with that, in my opinion. That's the combination of what my starting lineup would be. If you're going to talk about the 5 most talented, Gerby's still in there, Jagasol still in there, Schrouth is still in there, Will Black's in there, and then my 5th spot is I'm having some debate with Emil, with Anthony Knapp, with Ashton Craig. They're in that conversation. Sullivan Absher's in that conversation for one of the 5 most talented. That would be a much tougher spot as to who's the 5th. Just talking talent, my top 4 are pretty easy for me to declare those. It's Jagasol, Lambert, Schrouth, and Will Black are just the most talented. But just being the most talented doesn't mean you're the most ready to thrive this year. So, yeah.
If we're going strictly based on talent, the only reason why I'm going to leave Will Black off the list for me is I'll just go based on players that are currently on campus right now. Just pure talent, nothing to do with experience or number of snaps. I would probably go some combination of like Charles Jagasol at left tackle, Billy Schrouth at left guard, one of Knapp or Craig at center, Sullivan Absher at right guard, and probably Gerby Lambert at right tackle, if I'm just going based off of what. And then the actual starting lineup that I think it probably will be a combination of what Brian talked about with his being somewhere along that mix. So that's where I'm at. Super chat from Aiden Benami. Do you agree with Rich Rodriguez on no TikTok dances for the players?
I appreciate the super chat, Aiden. We talked about this last week, so I don't care to kind of go on another rant about it. I have no problem with it. None. I think coaches should be allowed to and able to say, hey, what are you willing to sacrifice for this team to be successful? I was watching something actually yesterday, and I've heard this before because I read Larry Bird's book a while ago. You know, I was a big Celtics fan growing up in the 80s, but they were talking about the 85-86 season, which some people will still claim was the best team ever. The Celtics went 40-1 at home that year. They just dominated the postseason. That was the year that Jordan scored 63 on them in a playoff game, and the Bulls lost in that game because, I mean, it was 1-on-5, basically. But one of the things that happened is they had a little lull. And one of the things they decided as a team that they weren't going to drink alcohol until they won a championship. I'm sure some of those guys, they're adults, but that's a choice that they made. And coaches have made things like that before. But the TikTok thing, some people don't care, especially younger people don't care. But at the end of the day, as I said last week, it's a right, not a privilege to be part of a football. It's a privilege, not a right, to be part of a college football program. You don't have a right to be on a football team. It's a privilege. And there are certain expectations that some schools have. Now, somebody like Kirby Smart clearly doesn't care what his players do off the field. That's why they've had more arrests than victories since January of 2023. Other coaches do care about what we're presenting to the community. And so that stuff kind of matters. Like I was watching the Texas Tech game last night. And the lady which was, by the way, a phenomenal game, by the way. Just a great comeback by Texas Tech to beat Arkansas. They're down 16, came back and won that game in overtime. But they were talking to the player that hit the game-winning shot in overtime, and the lady's like, hey, before the game, every one of your players came up and shook the hands of the broadcast team. You know, like, what are you learning from your coach? And he was like, just to be a good person. He goes, basketball's going to go away someday. And really what matters to you, this is a college athlete that just hit a freaking game winner to put his team in the Elite Eight. And he's talking about, coaches telling us this is stuff bigger than basketball. This is about life. This is about becoming a good man. And I'm like, oh, there's still coaches out there like that. Thank God. But like, look, that's something he demands of his players that says we're going to represent ourselves and represent the university, this program a certain way. And that means, if you want to say no TikTok dances in your first year, then no TikTok dances. And if you don't want to, if doing TikTok is more important to you than being part of a football team, then just go somewhere else. You can transfer. And then Rich Rod gets to find out who's about it or not. So I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that at all. And players have a right to go somewhere else if they don't want to live by that. That's fine. So would I do it? I don't know. I'd probably set a rule like, hey guys, there's certain standards. If you want to do a TikTok video, here's a certain standard, buy it. But I also have no problem with him. And I'll bet you $20 in a year or two that policy gets adapted to where, hey, you can do it, but you can't do this, or this. Just be because again, you're trying to set a standard for how this team is going to conduct itself, and what we're going to, look. When people see you act like that, they know you play for our football team. They're going to be like, hey, that's what West Virginia football is all about. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, my sentiment's the same as when we talked about it last week. I have no problem if a coach doesn't want it, and I have no problem if coaches are impartial to it. It depends on what that team needs. A lot of Notre Dame players do TikToks, and Notre Dame, as we know, recruits very high caliber people of character. It's a big thing. I mean, it's what that team needs. And if it's a distraction, then you eliminate it. And that's the right that you have as a head coach to say, hey, look, this is distracting us from practice or winning or focus or whatever. So on either side, I'm still pretty impartial to it.
Yeah. Now we had a super chat also from Rabid Wombats, but it doesn't look like he left a question. He or she left a question, so I'm just going to bring that up. But got a super chat here from Rabid Wombats. Appreciate that very, very, very much. And Trev, I believe that is the end of the super chats. So make sure I didn't miss one. Got Rob's O-line question. So yeah, we can go back and start up top.
Aiden Benami. First part of the question, how in the heck does Marcus Freeman and company get the buy-in like we have these days? Hearing Price and Angeli's comments, there's something to be said about how our players want to be at Notre Dame. Follow that up with, and understand the process and how it'll pay off for them in life.
You recruit the right people. That's what it boils down to. So like one of my guys, buddy of mine, was upset yesterday with, the choose hard tweet that Notre Dame put out. He's like, it's time to get rid of this. And I'm like, no, that's exactly what you need. Because if players aren't willing to buy into a choose hard mantra, they're not going to thrive at Notre Dame. It's like, well, teams can negatively recruit it. Good. Let them negatively recruit against Notre Dame in that mantra. Because if a kid's going to be swayed by that type of, well, I don't want to go somewhere where it's harder, then the good. Now I want to know that now than before I waste a roster spot on a guy who's not going to put in the work to go to class, do what's asked of him in the community, put in the work to make sure that you're thriving in every aspect of your life, in the community, on the classroom, and then on the football field. If I have a guy that's just here just to play football, I need to know that before he gets here, because he's not going to do very well here. And we've seen that. We've seen a lot of, some kids are just good enough to be that way, to thrive that way. But a lot of kids who came here just for football, they struggle because you're still expected to go to class. And if you don't play, or you're going to struggle on the field, because I'm struggling with all these other things. So it's really comes down to recruit the right people, and then hold them accountable and hold them to a standard. Young people, young men especially, I wholeheartedly believe, want to be challenged. They want to be told that you're good enough, but you've got to work at it. They want to be pushed. There's a group of influencers right now that are having way more influence than they should, because young men are thirsty. They're thriving for someone to tell them, like, it's okay to be a man, but what does it mean to be a man? And right now we have part of our society that's like, oh, it's toxic masculinity and all this other kind of weak stuff. And then there's this other group that's like, no, being a man is acting in this foolish, outlandish, fake masculine way. But there's a middle ground where young men are encouraged to be responsible and be accountable, and are told, no, you are good enough. And I'm going to push you and make sure that you understand how good you can actually be. And that's what kids at Notre Dame thrive at. You are smart enough to come here and thrive academically at Notre Dame. You are good enough to come here and be more than just a football player. You are not defined by what you do on the football field. That was a pitch that was very effective for guys like Leonard Moore and Jeremiah Love and Christian Gray and a lot of those type of guys, Drake Bowen, because they're young men that said, hey, I want to be great at more than just football. I want to be known as more than just a football player. And Notre Dame's the place that's going to challenge me and hold me accountable to all those things. These other schools are giving me lip service, but all they really care about is football. If you just care about football, go to Georgia. And you'll be, you got a pretty good chance of being arrested there if you go to Georgia. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I'm not saying anything that's slanderous. I'm just speaking facts. But here at Notre Dame, they hold you to a standard. And I think young men are thirsty to be challenged and told that you're capable of greatness if you work at it. And I'm going to push you and hold you accountable and do it because I love you. And man, I think Notre Dame kids, they thrive off that. That's why they loved Matt Bayless so much when he was here, because he was the only one really doing that. The head coach wasn't doing that. But now the head coach is doing that. He's demanding that of his assistant coaches. It's demanding it of just the entire program. And these young men are thriving on and off the field. They're thriving as a whole. And I think that's really what it comes down to. It's be honest in your recruiting approach, find the right young men, and then hold them to that standard when they get here, and hold everybody to that standard. And that's where it's at. And the leaders of the team in recent years have been that kind of player. On and off the field excellence, here to grind every day. And when your best players are bought in, it's so much easier for everybody else to buy in. I've shared this story before, but offensive linemen back when Quentin Nelson was here, I was told all the time, like, you had to bring in a practice every day. And I'd be like, yeah, I can imagine Coach E. No, we weren't worried about how Coach E stand. We were about a Q. So if we didn't bring it to practice, Q was going to be on us, man. He was going to let us know about it. And that was not someone you wanted to piss off. It's like, I'm 6'7", 320. I can take Harry Heastan. You know what I'm saying? I can't take Quentin Nelson. You know what I mean? So, but it was when your leaders are those type of workers and those type of players, then it's going to be so much easier for the rest of your program to be bought in. And I think that's what one of those things that separates Notre Dame and other programs from the others. So that's my stance.
Oh yeah, man. And then in turn, all of that mentality does reflect onto the football field. We talk about how it's so incredible the amount of the injuries Notre Dame overcame last year to make it to the national championship. There's a reason for that. Yes, it's because they're recruiting at a high level and they're building depth and all the depth is talented and they're fast and long and all that's true. But it's also because above all else, that choose hard mentality is like, obviously it's not easy to go into a playoff run when your first defensive tackle's banged up, your second one is out for the season, your All-American corner's out for the season, you lost your left tackle at the start of the year, your quarterback played most of the year banged up, your star running back has a knee injury. Like, that's hard. It's hard to overcome those things. And it goes back to what we've talked about. You just recruit a different type of cat when you're talking about Notre Dame. And it's the fruition of it is seen on the field, but then you also have all the players that talk about, look, at some point, whether you're playing football, basketball, volleyball, baseball, softball, the ball stops rolling eventually. And who are you going to be once you're no longer insert name here, the athlete, and you are insert name here, member of society? And that's the thing that Notre Dame sets you up for above all else. And you have a group of guys, really just an athletic department that understands that. And that's something that's super special. It's what sets Notre Dame apart, man.
I don't know if they're still doing this, but I remember in his first year, you'd be listening to his press conference and you hear kids running around in the background. You're like, whose kids are these? Then you come to find out Marcus Freeman would bring his kids to practice and other coaches would bring their kids to practice different times. And somebody asked him about it. He goes, I want my players to see what it's like to be a husband and a father. I want them to see a present father. Like when Mike Mickens has his DBs over his house, they get to see him as a husband. They get to see him as a father. When the D linemen go over to Al Washington's house, they get to see him as a husband and they get to see him as a father. And that's something that Marcus Freeman prides himself in. And there's other coaches that, like Mike Elston was very much this way as well. Before, it wasn't demanded from the head football coach, but it was something that Mike Elston believed in. I want these guys to come over and meet me and meet my wife and meet my kids. And his daughters, I don't know if you remember this, his daughters would make sacks of cookies for guys that got sacks and on the D line and stuff. But like they knew his daughters because he wanted them to see, guys, it's not just about football. It's what kind of husband are you going to be? What kind of father are you going to be if you're fortunate enough to have children? What kind of this? What kind of that? And I think that's so important. And I've said this to people: if you are not about that as a college football coach, find something else to do with your life. Go coach in the pros where they're just professionals. But and that's what I was so moved last night by the Texas Tech situation, because these are a bunch of kids that transferred there and NIL. But just because you're getting money and just because you're doing NIL and just because this doesn't mean that you can't still take pride in developing strong young men that are more than just what they can do in basketball. When that kid said, Coach tells us that basketball is going to be gone someday, and he bought it, I'm like, yes, thank you. Thank you. There's still good ones out there. And it was a very encouraging, and it just added to the victory, or the enjoyment of watching that victory. Not that I was rooting for Texas Tech over Arkansas. It was a great game. I didn't have a personal preference. It was just a great game. So I loved hearing that. And it's something every society needs. You go find a failing society, and a lot of instances where the culture's failing, and you'll find a society where fathers aren't present and fathers aren't leading and fathers aren't, that's a very important. That doesn't mean that mothers aren't important. They are. You need both, in my opinion. But just that young men need that strong male role model in their lives. And if you have more than one, that's even better. Leonard Moore's got a very strong male role model at home. It's his dad. But that doesn't mean Mike Mickens can't be the one here when he's not at home with his dad. And those are things that I put a lot of value in. And that's why the Notre Dame players come here. That's what they're bought into. and that's why they do the things they do, and I think they have the success they have as a team. So, yeah, very, very good questions. We had a question down here I wanted to kind of get to here real quick. Not a question, but a comment here I wanted to pull up from Bobby Jesus Follower Reeves. Having a baby girl due in August. Prayers for a healthy pregnancy and baby would be appreciated. Love you guys. Bobby, that is awesome, man. And we are super happy for you. We will definitely pray for you and your lady, and obviously your baby. And you're going to be a girl dad, so that's pretty awesome. Is this your first? I'm curious if this is your first one, Bobby. But if it is or isn't, doesn't matter. It's still awesome, and we will definitely be praying for you. And just keep us posted on how things are going, and remind us, especially as we kind of get closer to the actual birth, let us know, and we'll continue to pray. But, man, I'm happy for you. That's an amazing, amazing blessing. And that's awesome stuff, man. I appreciate you sharing that with us today.
Yeah.
Absolutely do.
Congratulations, man.
Yep.
Coach Bent 574, based on what you've seen at practice and projected improvements, what would your starting offensive line and running back for the following schemes be? Zone, gap, and duo.
Well, I mean, I don't really want to answer that question based on what we've seen in practice, because we've only seen the offensive linemen going through position drills. And I mean, everybody looks good going through position drills when you're as talented as the players they have on the roster. But I mean, zone and duo is the same. I mean, I see no difference really in zone and duo, the way that Notre Dame runs inside zone. It's very much a downhill deal. So Bobby said he's got 2 boys. This will be his first girl. So that's awesome. That's the way. If you're going to have a daughter, to me, I believe that's the way to do it. You've got boys in front of her that can kind of, have her back. But no, gap scheme stuff, honestly, I don't know that I'd change that a whole lot either, because guards have to do a lot of kicking and pulling in a gap scheme. And Notre Dame's got 2 guards that can pull and kick and wrap and get outside in a gap scheme really effectively, in Charles Jagas and Billy Shroud. So honestly, Coach, I don't know that my ideal starting lineup would change at all with the offensive line, depending on whether they're a zone scheme, duo scheme, or gap. And I also believe that duo fits with both of those very well. And I think inside zone fits with a gap scheme as well. Who's the running back? Again, I think the Notre Dame running backs are like, it's not like 2022 where you had 2 backs that could run the same offense, and then you had Chris Tyree that needed to do something a little bit different. These guys can all, in my opinion, run all of that stuff. I think the only thing that would change, depending on who my back was, is with Jadarian Price, I'd probably do a little bit more duo. And the reason I do a little bit more duo is because that is a run that will bounce a little bit more, and Jadarian loves to bounce. So especially like the duo wrap, or the duo, like where you'll run it where you get a puller, you'll get either a backside tight end. Tommy Reese's game plan against Clemson in 2022 had some brilliance when it came to this. He was using Jaden Thomas a lot as a lead blocker, where he would run duo and then Jaden would bounce outside. So if you did bounce the run, you had a lead blocker outside, and it was Jaden Thomas. So I would like, that's one where I would maybe lean a little bit more duo and gap with Jadarian, but he obviously is also a very good zone runner because he had some long runs on touchdowns last year either. So that's the only slight adjustment that I would make, is I maybe lean a little bit more into the duo and gap stuff with Jadarian compared to the other backs, who I think are all great zone, can do a little bit of all of it. That'd be my answer to that. Running back room be a little bit more impacted by that than the O-line would.
I'm with that. Yeah. Aiden Benami, can you realistically name a starter in the spring? So much can change in the summer and fall camp to name a starter. Not talking someone like Jeremiah Love, but the quarterback spot, etc.
Sure you can. Yeah, of course you can. If there's one guy that's just from the start of spring to the end of spring, just head and shoulders above everybody else, and it's not close, name a starter. And that's what I would do. I wouldn't arbitrarily take the battle into the summer and fall just for any other reason other than just, maybe you want to, let's just say hypothetically that CJ or Kenny are the guy that by the end of spring is just way better than anybody else. You may want to just say, hey, let me see how he handles the summer. Let me see how he handles kind of now that you've performed well, you got more of the run reps. The end of the spring is number one. I want to see now how you handle yourself now that you're the hunted, not the hunter. I want to see how you handle yourself now that you're kind of been placed on this pedestal of the guy. How do you lead? Does it change your attitude? Are you still just as hungry as you were? Like, I'd want to see that. And not so much that if he doesn't, then he may not be my guy, but just more so of like, I just need to see it so then I know what I need to work on when we kind of get to the fall. But I don't see that happening in this spring because the talent is such in the room that even if one of the two guys that I think is going to ultimately win this job, CJ or Kenny, wins the job, the only way they're going to be head and shoulders above the other guys is if the other guys just play poorly. Like even a guy like Steve Angeli, it's very obvious to me that those other guys have significantly more talent. But Steve isn't some 5'11", 185-pound rag arm kid who can barely throw a 10-yard out. He's just really smart. Steve Angeli's got his own bit of talent and a guy that's a really good football player, in my opinion. He's just not to the same level those other two kids. And so I look at him and say, even he is going to be hard to just be clearly head and shoulders way better than Steve in 15 practices. So I think the reality of this room, I think it's going to be challenging to confidently know that that's our guy to the point where we're okay losing the other guys by announcing it now, if that were an option. But it's possible. You could realistically do it. I just think these guys are all good enough and battling enough to where it's going to be hard for one person to separate to that degree in just 15 practices.
I think also outside of the quarterback competition, you start looking at places like the safety room. And I think it's tough because Notre Dame at different spots are battling injuries and pitch counts and making sure everybody's back to full health for summer and fall camp. And so I think it's interesting that, when you look at the safety room specifically, let's say a guy like, and this is just a hypothetical here, but let's just say a guy like a Luke Talich just has a monster spring. I don't know how, if in good confidence, you can say, hey, Luke Talich is going to be our guy moving forward because you haven't seen Jalen Stroman on the field yet. So could you potentially, it's definitely within the realm of possibility, but then, you start talking about the safety room and then positions along the offensive line, and it gets a little bit tough. And so that's kind of where I'm at. But is it real? Can you do it? Sure, you could, but at some positions, it's going to be pretty tough.
I wanted to pull this up from ICURN with Irish Luck. He said, this is a sharing something personal, not a question. He says, after losing our baby last year and having trouble since, just hit 13 weeks pregnancy and found out we were having a girl. Wife is now finally allowing herself to be excited. Man, as someone whose wife had 2 miscarriages last year, as we're trying to have kids as well, I am so incredibly, I know how you feel. And I'm so incredibly overjoyed for you, man, and so happy for you and your wife. I know the struggle that my wife has had since then and the struggle that I've had since then. So to be at that point where she can start to get excited is just such an awesome thing and just an absolutely just happy for you, man. That's amazing. And we'll definitely be praying for you guys and so happy for you and your wife and wish her all the best from your IB family, man. That's awesome. That's all. Let's go from like one extreme to the other extreme of emotion, and couldn't be happier for you, man. Truly couldn't be happy for you. That's an amazing thing, man. Absolutely is.
Congratulations.
Get this last personal one out of the way. This is from Aiden by Nami. How's Rita doing since going to Perdon't a while ago? I will never call it Perdon't again after twice now. They've once a little different, a little miracle involved. But this past year, when last summer, when we thought we were going to lose Rita and the phenomenal work they did at the veterinary hospital at Purdue, we are so thankful for them. But ironically, she went to the vet today, and we have been weaning her off of her medicines. And so we were a little nervous. She was a little bit sick this last week, just kind of that time of year. And so we were worried, like, what are the numbers going to show? So we did a full blood panel today, and her numbers were the strongest as they've been in years. So she got a clean bill of health. She's definitely overweight because she's been on prednisone for the last year, but she's doing really good, man. And yeah, she's doing really good. So she's acting like an older dog that's overweight, so she doesn't run up the stairs like she used to. But she was chasing after Sadie the other day and having some fun in the backyard. So she's doing really good. So I appreciate you asking that.
All good, Rita. I also can't run up the stairs like I used to. So,
Same. Especially today, man. I don't know what I did to my foot, but I got up this morning and my foot's been hurting me for several days. And I got up this morning and I was going to go to the Notre Dame press conference because I wanted to ask some questions of Mike Denbrock and Chris Ash. And I got out of bed and I stepped on the ground and I'm like, oh my God, I can't walk. Like, this is terrible. Like, I don't know what I did to my foot, man. So this getting old thing sucks. I can't even tell you what I did, but it's just been killing me the last couple of days. And today it's been really bad. Like, it took me probably 5 minutes to get down from my upstairs shower to my office. It's just, I'm like, good Lord, this getting old thing sucks. But yeah, I feel you. But no, she's doing really good. I appreciate that.
Question in here from Aiden Benami. He was out of town when we reviewed Javian Osborne. Is he a top 3 to 5 running back for Irish Breakdown?
Oh, yeah. He's in my top 3. Yeah, Javian Osborne's a dude. He's a dude. Him, Messiah Mickens, maybe Brian Bonner would be my 3rd. Maybe. I'd have to go back and look at it. But the running back board right now is really loaded. And Javian Osborne is in my top 3 of that group. Absolutely.
Love it. Salty Virginia Peanuts. Can you name 5 schools that are transitioning from football schools to basketball schools based on the last 3 years?
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, Florida's kind of there, right? I mean, their basketball team was pretty good this year. But look, I mean, if you're a football school, you're not transitioning to being a basketball school. Just because your football team may stink doesn't mean that you're not a football school. So but Florida's having a heck of a year this year. And they were kind of just okay the last 2 years, and now they got really good. They looked really good last night. They beat Maryland last night, right? Wasn't that who they played last night?
Yes.
Yeah, they won convincingly and then knocked off the defending 2-time champs in the second round. So, but teams that are I do think you're going to see some teams transition to more basketball. I could see some more teams kind of going down to FCS, like some of the teams that jumped up to the FBS level in the last 10 years. I could see some of them going back down with the rev share coming and some of the expectations that are there. But, there's not going to be a whole lot of schools that are, like, if Michigan's football team stinks the next couple of years, but their basketball team's really good, they're still a football school. They were still a football school when the Fab Five was there. They were still a football school when Glenn Rice and Ramil Robinson and Loy Vaught and Terry Mills won a championship in '89. They were still a football school when John Beilein was leading them to the national championship a couple of times. Like, they're still a football school. And that's true for all, most of those teams, to be honest with you. But I'm trying to think. I mean, Clemson's basketball team was better than their football team was this year.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know that there's anybody that's transitioning to be a basket. Like, look, let's be honest. The job that Kelvin Sampson's doing at Houston right now is exceptional, right? Can we all agree on that?
Oh yeah.
But if the football team goes 9-3 next year, there's going to be way more support for the football team than the basketball team that's 32-4 and is playing in the Sweet 16. They play Purdue tonight, right? In the Sweet 16. Mm-hmm. It's still going to be a football school. And that's a team that's got, to me, more tradition in basketball than football when you think of like Phi Slamma Jamma and some of the success they've had over the years. But it's still Texas. You know what I mean? So it's still Texas. But Yeah, those are some of them, but I don't see those teams transitioning. What would you consider? What would you consider Michigan State?
I mean, gosh, for the better half of a decade, I'd probably say they're closer to a basketball school than a football school, if I'm just being honest.
I mean, in my lifetime, they've only won 2 national championships in the 2 major sports, and they were both in basketball. They won the national title with Magic in '79, right? And then won it with Izzo and Jason Richardson group in the 2000s. So, I mean, they should be, in my opinion. When I think of Michigan State, I think of them as a basketball school.
Yeah,
but would they consider themselves a basketball school? I'm curious about that. Like, we know Duke does, we know North Carolina does, but like, what do you think Louisville considers themselves? I will be curious.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think instead of Salty, to answer your question, the way that I look at it is I think that there's this. I don't know if one is going to be labeled one or the other. I think it's just now some of the schools that you normally would think of as football schools. I think now it's an and conversation, not an or. I think of a school like Arkansas. You know, now that they have John Calipari as their head coach, like Arkansas is now going to be known for being a relatively decent basketball school, especially when you have a headlining coach like that. But again, like when you're a football team in the SEC, barring it being like if Vanderbilt's basketball team ever blows up, like to me, they're always going to be a football school. I think you're just going to see some schools move up to the and, not the or.
I'm not trying to get into a basketball debate right now. And I've said in the past, I used to be a Michigan basketball fan. I don't really follow college basketball anymore, but calling my man Iden, Tom Izzo is the most overrated basketball coach ever. Bro, no. He's won a national title. He has been to the Final Four 8 times. He's got 11 Big Ten regular season championships, 6 Big Ten tournament championships, 2-time Coach of the Year. And he's got a winning percentage of over 700, and his all-time NCAA tournament record is 58-25. Dude's not overrated. Would you say that like he is one of the 5 best ever? I don't know that anyone considers him that. He's a Hall of Fame coach and one of the best of the last 30 years. He's definitely in the top 10 to 12. I don't know that anyone is saying he's better than Bobby Knight or Dean Smith or Coach K. I don't know. I mean, if somebody wanted to make that argument, like, okay, yeah, he's overrated in your mind, but I don't know anyone that actually feels that way. That he's better than those guys. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He's a champion. That's definitely not overrated in my opinion. So I love you, Iden, but Tom Izzo is not an overrated basketball coach in my opinion. I don't know anyone who views him in a way that's improper, in a positive way, because I don't know that anyone that views him as being better than some other guys that we would consider him overrated if he was considered better by them. I don't know anybody that does that.
No, he's never had a season below 500. And the closest he came to that is when he was at 500 his first year he took over Michigan State in 1995. That's And
the only other year after that they were close was the year after COVID. Yeah. And like there's been a couple times that they've had some down years where people are like, his tenure's over, and then he gets them going. You know, they had a stretch from 01 to 04 where they went 19-12. This is few years after their championship season. And I remember that went 19-12, 22-13, 18-12, had a 7-loss season, went to the Final Four after that bad stretch. And then they were down again, 22-12. 23-12, got knocked out in the first round, then the second round. And then 2 years later, they're the national runners up. The year after that, they're in the Final Four. Then they went 19-15 and then bounced back with back-to-back Sweet 16s, an Elite 8, a Final Four. Then it looks like they're going down again, 20-15. And what did they do after the 2015 season? They went 30-5 and 32-7. You know, had 4 straight years in a row coming into this year, 13, and 15 losses. What are they this year? 29-6. Right? I mean, that just he's a heck of a coach.
Yeah.
So he said, Iden said, when I say overrated, it's clearly not overall over. It's just within reason. I know he's a legend, but when it comes down to it, his top teams lose. Lose what? I mean, like he's won a title. They go. Every team's going to lose at some point in time. I mean, this isn't like college football where where back in the day, like Bo Schembechler or Lou Holtz could only win one title, but every year they finish with a win because they're not playing in the title game. And I guess I don't agree with the premise. I mean, he's been to how many Final Fours, and I mean, look, Mike Krzyzewski was arguably the greatest coach ever, and he lost in the tournament a whole lot more times than he won at the end of the tournament. He won 3-4 national championships. He started coaching in 1980, and he won a title 5 times. That means for a long time his season ended with losses, but no one's claiming that he's better than Mike. No one's claiming that Izzo's better than Mike Krzyzewski. So I don't know. You say he's overrated. Most coaches lose at the end of the year way more often than they don't. So in his teams, I think he's a heck of a coach. And Michigan State had that 1 year, with all due respect to Judd Heathcote. Judd Heathcote was a heck of a coach. But Judd Heathcote's whole career was basically made because of magic. I mean, he had Judd Heathcote from 1976 to 1995 had 1 Final Four appearance, and that was with Magic Johnson. He only had 2 Elite 8 appearances, and that also was with Magic Johnson. Like, you want to claim, like, people say, he's a Hall of Famer. No, he's not. He was inducted in the Basketball Hall of Fame in 2009. He's not a Hall of Famer, in my opinion. He had Magic Johnson, and after that, from 1980 to 1995 when he retired, he had 2 Sweet 16 appearances. That's it. He won because of magic. That's overrated. What Tom Izzo has done since then is exceptional.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy he replaced, who was a Hall of Famer, had a career 607 win percentage and had a career of a 532 win percentage in the Big Ten. Tom Izzo in his career has a 710 overall win percentage and has a 675 win percentage in the Big Ten. That's pretty good. So, I think there's a little bit of, a little bit of I know he's an Indiana fan, maybe a little bit of bias there, a little bit of some bitterness there, for sure. For sure. Yeah. It's all good though. I love you, Iden.
Yeah. John A1, what % chance with no injuries that someone beats out Jadarian Price and snaps at running back after Jeremiah Love?
10, 15%. It's not high. It's possible because those others are good. Now, because he said with no injuries, 10, 15% maybe. Yeah. I don't think it's very high.
Yep. I'm with that.
As far as like the number 2 back. Like obviously Aeneas is already getting more snaps than him in a certain package. But as far as like the every down back roll, it's slow. It's slow, 10, 15%. And if somebody does beat him out, holy moly, because that person's going to have to be playing at a very high level because Jadarian's a very good running back. Very good running back.
Yeah. Question in here from Hollis Abner. How do you think the 14, 15, and 16 seasons could have gone with a decent defensive coordinator?
I think Notre Dame plays for the national championship in 2015 if they had Mike Elko was their D coordinator 2 years before he took over. I have a hard time seeing anybody beat that Notre Dame team in 2015. Bama maybe has a shot to beat them because that Bama team was really good. Yeah, Derrick Henry, O.J. Howard, that was a really good Bama team. But I think that Notre Dame team in 2015 could have beat anybody if they had a good coach. And they played pretty terrible and still had a shot to beat Clemson. At the end of the game, and Clemson played Bama. Should have beat a top 5 Stanford team that year. And by the time they played Ohio State, they were really banged up. But I think ultimately, the 2015 Bama team, might have beat them just because Notre Dame was pretty beat up by then. Sheldon Day got hurt. CJ Prosise was hurt. But that team was really talented. 14, they would have finished better. They wouldn't have lost to Northwestern and Louisville at the end of the year. The way they did, they still wouldn't have got smacked by USC because they were so beat up by that point in time on defense. Do they beat Arizona State? Probably, but they still had some really bad turnovers that game. And part of that was because you knew you had to score a bunch of points to win. So you kind of get it. But, I mean, I think they're probably at least a 9-3 team in 2014. I think they play for the title in 2015, and I think the 2016 is probably a 10-win team. That's a weak schedule. Very weak schedule. So that's how I think those teams would have done if they had just a good DC. Good question.
I'm with you. That is a good question. Peter Freiberg, over under 3 positions will not have starters announced after the Blue Gold game next month and will be announced in the summer.
Well, I mean, they don't really announce positions, but I would say I'd take the over just because there are certain positions where there's at least one position where the likely starter is not even on campus right now. Potentially 2 are not practicing right now. So quarterback, I don't think the offensive line is going to be settled by the end of spring. So let's just say take 1 from the offensive line. The boundary receiver, I mean, Malachi Fields is still going to have to earn it in fall camp. So that's kind of 1. The will linebacker spot, I don't think they're going to have a definitive number 1 guy by the end of spring practice. That'd be another one. And then I don't know that the safety, the field safety position is going to be definitively determined by the end of spring. So I'll take the over. I think 3 is a good number, but I'll take the over pretty comfortably. Take the over on that one.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you.
Trying to mix in some people that we haven't gotten before because we have a lot of from the same ones. We'll get back to some of you guys that put in multiple questions. We'll get back to you guys. I'm not completely skipping you. Just want to make sure that we're mixing up a little bit with some other folks here early on.
Question in here from ND. It just means more. If both Aeneas Williams and Jabron Payne both carried the ball 75 times this year, only running inside-outside zone, who, in your opinion, would be more productive?
Aeneas. I think Jabron's a very good running back. I think Aeneas is better. I think every back on this roster, including, let's just say, for some insane reason, Nolan James is starting at running back for Notre Dame this year. I think he can rush for 1,000 yards as a true freshman behind what we think is going to be a really good offensive line, playing 13, 14 games at least. I think Kedron Young would. I think Jabron would. I think Aeneas would. I think Jadarian would. I think Jeremiah obviously did. I think every single one of these kids could run for 1,000 yards behind this line if they were the primary ball carriers. Now, could those guys run for all those guys run for 1,000 yards in the same number of carries that Jeremiah Love had last year? Maybe not. You know what I mean? But I mean, they're all 1,000-yard backs if they're getting the bulk of the carries. It's just there's degrees to how good each of them are, and I just think Aeneas is just better than Jabron. But I think Jabron's a very good football player. And if you wanted to tell me you thought it was Jabron, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about it. I think Aeneas is better. I just think Jabron's a good football player. I just think Aeneas Williams is just better. I think Aeneas has a little bit more juice, a little bit more elusiveness. Jabron's more of a hammer. He's built. He's got a little bit of juice to him when he's healthy, but he's got a little bit of something to him. But yeah, that's how I view that one.
Yeah,
you didn't like that question being up there, Trev?
No, I was trying to star another one. My bad.
Thoughts? What's your answer?
No, I'm with you. I think it's Aeneas. One thing I know that Jabron he's been said. I actually put out an article today about it on the boards about how he's looking a lot better. And, Jawan Sider said you couldn't even tell that he was injured. But reality of the situation is he is coming off of an injury and Aeneas isn't. And I think just based on what Aeneas showed in the postseason last year, his ability to make – I know this is a question about inside-outside zone, but they're both kind of do-it-all backs. Aeneas Williams showed that he can perform well in pass protection. Jabron Payne was also that way in 2023. But I think when everything is all said and done, I think it'd be Aeneas, but not by a big margin. Salty Virginia Peanut, CJ Carr rehabilitated his shoulder with a Florida specialist and feels stronger. How do outside people and Lauren Landau divide duties and avoid conflicts?
Communication. Because this has been happening for years. Because a training staff at Notre Dame and a strength conditioning coach at Notre Dame are about overall knowledge of something. When you have surgery on your knee, you don't go to your podiatrist, right? You don't go to your orthodontist. They're all very talented people in their fields, but they're not performing surgery on your ACL. It's a very specific type of specialty. And so when players have those type of injuries, you rely on those specialists to not only provide the medical procedure, but then also the recovery plan. And so you just work together. That's exactly what it is. It's Rob Hunt and his crew. I would imagine that Coach Dr. Rariden has a say in this a little bit, just as far as making sure everybody's on the same page. Maybe John Waggle would probably have some level of being in the communication process to make sure there's some, and then of course Lauren Landau working directly with them and his staff to make sure that CJ's doing the things at Notre Dame that he needs to do to continue to strengthen up those certain areas. Because like I've said this before, Trev, but coming back from an injury is not just about getting that one specific thing rebuilt. It's about making sure everything around it is being strengthened up as well. And so like if you have surgery on your knee and you can't work out for a while, your other leg is going to be stronger. You just don't go back to squatting 500 pounds the day after you get cleared. You got to build that other leg up so you don't then create other issues. And so there's a very specific plan that you'll come up with to rehab and rebuild the strength in that area while also not losing strength in other areas. So there's always that aspect of it. So this is normal and something that happens all the time when a player has an injury or has to have a surgery or a specific type of injury. I guarantee this is going on with Carson Beck and the staff of Miami because of the type of the UCL, or was it UCL, right? Isn't that what he hurt?
Yeah.
Happens all the time. I would imagine that there's communication with somebody in relation to Anthony Knapp's surgery. There's people in relation to, all types of different things, especially things that require a surgery. Now, CJ, I don't believe had any type of surgery, but it was a very specific injury that happened. Just like Jeremiah Love, I promise you it wasn't just Lauren Landau, the only one involved in getting Jeremiah Love to where he needs to be this offseason or even during the playoff. So that's normal. It's just communication, making sure we're all on the same page, and then it's up to the Notre Dame folks to make sure that they're approve of and then carry out whatever the specific medical needs are or advice is for a specific injury. So yeah, pretty normal thing. Good question, Salty.
Yeah. John A1, with Eli Rariden's speed, can he be a vertical threat? If so, can he do it from an attached alignment?
Yes and yes. I don't think it's the only way he does it, but I definitely think that you can do some things. Just like I would say, I'm not an under center guy, Trev, to be honest with you. I'm not a primary under center guy. And I always laugh and be like, you got to go under center in this situation. I'm like, well, I don't remember Florida ever going under center with Tim Tebow. I don't really, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't really get into that. There's a right and a wrong way to do certain things that can create some of the problems that people have when they're trying to run from under in the shotgun. But I also am not opposed to it being part of what you do also with certain backs.
Yeah.
And I could see some stuff where Notre Dame does some under center stuff this year at times and have some play action stuff off that where Eli Rariden's attached and you get him, leak him out, or certainly could see him doing some of that stuff. But I also like him being in the slot, being outside, and just letting him use that big old size and get outside, get against a matchup where you're against a small, like you're going to put your 5'11" linebacker out in the slot over him in the red zone. Cool. All right, USC, good call. We're going to go ahead and throw a slot fade here real quick for a touchdown, which we talked about going in the game. Like we said, we want to see Eli Rariden and Mitchell Evans getting matched up against their linebackers who were 6 feet tall. And Notre Dame did that a couple times against their safeties, because I think their tallest guy in the safety was like 6'1". They had a 5'11" and a 6 foot linebacker and I think a 6 foot and a 6'1" safety. And we talked about it before a game, like get your tight ends matched up against those guys. And they did that for 2 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah. Yep.
Both ways.
And
yeah, John, see it both ways.
Oh yeah. And those 5'11" and 6 foot guys weren't good in coverage. I mean, Xavier Watts is 5'11", 6 foot, but I wouldn't want to throw against zero. I'm throwing against those USC linebackers and safeties. And that's what they did.
Yes.
That is what they did.
Big part of the game. Very big part of the game plan.
Insured by Big. Not much of a mailbag, but it would be awesome to hear your thoughts on the top 10 recruiting classes from other schools. Of course, I like your analysis about other programs versus Notre Dame.
Well, I since you're an LSU fan, I'll go ahead and give you some thoughts on a couple schools that are kind of be pertinent to you. But I think LSU's putting together a strong class so far. They've got a great receiver class that they're putting together. The question is going to be, can they keep it together? I think that's always an issue. But they have Tristan Keys, who committed recently, big-time player, very talented player. And I think 3 days after visiting, he was at Georgia, I think is it's just like, honestly, it's like, I don't even know why people care about where your class is ranked right now because it's just, whatever. Got a couple good DBs. It's a really strong year in Louisiana. And this is where I think Brian Kelly has done a really nice job, and his staff have done a really nice job with this 2025 class or actually really the kind of last 2 years, but he tried to do more national early on and recruit Florida and Texas and all that. But you look at their 9 commitments right now, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them are from Louisiana. One's from Alabama. One's from Mississippi. Like you've got to be able to recruit Louisiana in its bordering states to have success there. So he's doing a good job of that so far. It's like the reason I don't really care about rankings this early in the process is because it's just about, okay, right now he has 2 offensive linemen, 1 D tackle, no linebackers, no quarterback, no running back, no tight end. So it's like, how do I really compare that class to one where maybe they've got 16 or 17 guys and it's just a bigger class? But I think LSU is off to a really good start. I think recruiting the receiver position was going to be important for them this year. I think USC is off to a very strong start. They're kind of loading up on numbers, which is kind of what Chad Bowden does. They got a pretty decent quarterback from Illinois, flipped them from Oregon. They've landed a couple good offensive linemen. Their D-line class is very strong. They got Javian Winfield, who I like a lot. They got Samote Kodeanga, who I like a lot. They've got a couple good DBs. RJ Sermons I like. Brandon Lockhart's a good football player. Sean Austin's a solid running back. Trent Mosley's a good wide receiver. Good solid top 250 type wide receiver. So it's a very good class so far. It's got a couple more needs that they have, but it's a pretty good class so far. Xavier Griffin's a really good football player that they have as well. So they're off to a very strong start. I like what they're doing. Clemson's got a really nice class they're putting together so far. Obviously, they've beaten Notre Dame for a couple guys. Their receiver class I absolutely love with Connor Solomon and Naeem Burrows. Like that would have been like a dream class for me at Notre Dame. The quarterback position, this is the wild thing about them. They've really struggled to recruit the quarterback position consistently in recent years, which is nuts when you consider the decade stretch they had of Taj Boyd, Deshaun Watson, and then Trevor Lawrence, that they struggle just really to recruit the quarterback position. And I don't necessarily know why, but they're having a really tough time so far with that. Really tough time. A&M's got a nice class they're putting together. A lot of these schools are right now loading up on skill guys. They got Aaron Gregory's an interesting one because they recruited him as, I believe, as a wide receiver. A lot of people rank him as a wide receiver. I think he's a better defensive player, just personally. Oregon's off to a strong start. They're getting Kendra Harrison. He's a really good football player. A couple of guys they got, I think, are a tad overrated, but it's a good class so far. Like they got the Xavier Larisi kid, and I know Notre Dame wanted him. He's a good football player. I thought he was solid. I think that's a good pickup. Tennessee's having a solid class. Illinois is having a really nice class right now. Ohio State and Notre Dame are both kind of taking their time with it. I think Auburn's got a good, solid, small, but really good class so far. Like what they're doing. Sean probably talked more about the Illinois class, but I think Illinois is putting together a really nice class as well. But like Michigan's only got 3 commits. Ole Miss, Texas only has 3 commits. Bama only has 4 commits. It's way too early. But your Tigers are off to a very good start. Very good start. But there's a lot of teams right now that are in the top 5, 10 who, if they don't finish well, they're going to be outside the top 15. You've got to finish well. But definitely, it's a lot easier to finish on, Trev, when you start off well. So, and that's kind of where they are.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Good question.
Mark Avalone, good or bad for college football? With NIL in play, do you see more borderline NFL draftable players staying in school for a 5th year at their school or as a grad transfer elsewhere?
Good or bad for college football with NIL in play? Do you see more borderline if staying in school? 5th year, I don't know about that, but I mean, I think we already kind of are seeing that. I don't think in the NIL era, Ohio State's 2024 roster looks like what it looked like last year in a non-NIL era. And it's understandable. It's not anything negative towards those young men. It's like, okay, I'm going to be a second-round draft pick and I can go make millions, or I come back to college for free or for whatever 50 grand under the table you're going to give me to come back. It's a little different now when it's like, okay, I get an NIL package of $2.5 million. Cool, I'll come back for that. And it's about protecting yourself. Like when I watched Juju Watkins get hurt the other day, I said, this is exactly why I'm a big proponent of NIL.
Oh, yeah.
Because not all these young people, basketball, football, whatever, are promised professional careers. And I mean, a lot of these ladies like Juju and Hannah Hidalgo and Caitlin Clark, they're going to make more money in college than they're going to make in the WNBA. So, but you see that and you're like, you think of Justin Ross. And I've said this before, this is why I wish that there was NIL when Justin Ross was playing. Because he never made the money off being a great football player he should have made because he got hurt in college. Had Justin Ross not got, if NIL was a thing, Justin Ross would have got money to come to Clemson. He'd have got money after a 1,000-yard season that ended in a national title. And that injury, while unfortunate, he'd still be set for life if he had smart people around him to help him handle his money the right way. That's why I'm a big fan of NIL. But that also, I think, is good for college football because you are seeing some players be more willing to come back to college because they know they're going to be compensated for. And they're going to be okay if something happens. And people, well, they got insurance. Yeah, it's a little different animal, though. But you can still have insurance and NIL. So NIL is not a bad thing. The transfer portal is not a bad thing. They're both really good things. They're just being implemented terribly right now. And there's no guardrails. That's the problem. So some people have a hard time differentiating between like something in being inherently bad and something being actually inherently good, but just misused. Take alcohol, for example. I don't drink alcohol, but I don't tell people not to drink alcohol. My wife wants to have a glass of wine for dinner. I said, and it took her a while to be okay with this. She felt very uncomfortable drinking alcohol around me for a while because she just always assumed that I would. I'm like, I don't care. It's a personal decision I've made. And it's not a religious one that I made because, I mean, what's the first great miracle that Jesus, did? He turned water into wine, but don't drink it. You know what I mean? Like I did it, but don't drink it. And I know wine's different, whatever. But the point is, it's like, I don't judge that. But now if she went out and got wasted and tried, now and tried to drive home, now we have a problem. Right? So it's not something that's inherently bad. Your misuse of it is inherently bad. I'm a big 2A guy. I own a lot of different firearms. There's nothing wrong with that. We have a constitutional right to do that. Now you take that firearm and you use it for something illegal. You do something bad with it. Now we have a problem. So the gun itself, owning firearms are not wrong. Actually, I encourage everyone to, train and study and become proficient with safety. And I think everyone should have that level of protection and taking advantage of their constitutional rights as long as, you have the right to do it. You don't have to do this, but I always encourage people. I told my dad, he bought a pistol. I said, don't have ammo in your house for a while. Like you spend time getting proficient with how that sucker works and gun safety. And, to where if you still grab the gun and your hand goes on the trigger, you're not ready to have that gun loaded in your home because you don't have proper trigger discipline. So if somebody did something irresponsibly and shot themselves in the leg or committed a crime, is the gun inherently wrong? Is it inherently bad? No, there's nothing inherently good or bad about it. It's how you use it that becomes the problem. It's the same thing with NIL, the same with I transferred after my freshman year. I started as a freshman, still transferred. There's nothing wrong with transferring. It's the way we're allowing it to kind of play, be used is the problem. NIL is a great thing for young people. This should have been happening first time a huge TV contract was signed. This should have been something that was part of the process. So there's nothing wrong with NIL. It's just the way it's being used right now and implemented is the problem. And so I think it's great that more student athletes, and not so much fifth years, it's the people coming back for their senior years that are now going to get degrees that if something did happen, you not only have your NIL money, but you now have a hopefully a legitimate education and a degree that you can use to go be successful. Brandon Wimbush came as a top 100 player. Nobody would have surprised if Brandon Wimbush would have grown into being a NFL player. Didn't work out for him that way. But his Notre Dame degree and the connections he got here, he's now listed on like the Forbes list of, people under 30.
Yep.
Right. So he took advantage of the opportunity that football gave him. And those are great things. Imagine if he had NIL startup money to help him along that way. It's a great thing if used properly and implemented properly. And I think this is one example where I think is a great benefit of NIL is more people coming back for another season. Hopefully they're working on still getting an education and taking advantage of that. And then also it's better for you also from a professional football standpoint. You become a year older, a year stronger, a year more nuanced, a year more experienced. Now you're more prepared to go play it. Xavier Watts is going to go to the NFL now, far better prepared to thrive than he would have a year ago. Now, was NIL the primary reason Xavier came back? No, but it helped. Certainly helped. Because now he doesn't have to decide, okay, do I go and provide for my family now? Or do I go back to college and look out what's best for me? He doesn't have to make that decision anymore. He can say, I can go back to college, which is best for me, and still, with this NIL deal, that NIL deal, still do what I need to do to maybe help take care of my family if I have that need, just as an example. I think that's a great benefit to NIL. And I think it's good for the game. As long as it's like with anything else, as long as it's implemented properly. And that's how I feel about that one. We're getting like a lot of off-topic things. I'm using some examples and stuff. And I'm back talking about football. So.
They're good submissions though, man. I agree. But yeah. We're all over the page today.
Yeah. But yeah, when I saw her get hurt, I was so heartbroken the other night. She's so much fun to watch.
I know, man. Oh, that's so tough.
This current crop of stars, like you had Caitlin last year, and then Juju and Hannah and Paige Beckers, and like women's game is really strong right now, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's some stars that are not just marketed. We don't market Juju just because she happens to be one of the better players and her game is like whatever. I mean, that girl can flat out ball. Hannah can ball. You know what I mean? Like Paige Beckers can ball. I think the women's college game is a really good place right now. And if you're not watching it, I would encourage you to watch some of these young stars. I just wish that if you hadn't seen her yet, that you'd have had a chance to see Juju healthy. But like, look, if you ever study the numbers of ACL injuries for women athletes compared to men athletes, way more, which sucks. But, look, Olivia went through that and she came back and balled this year. And I hope that Juju's able to do the same thing because she is an exceptional basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
Exceptional basketball player.
Yeah. She's a bucket.
Yep.
Mark Avalone, with portal activity, do you see companies like Rivals 247 supplying grades and analytics on portal players, especially from non-power forward teams, rather than teams doing it internally?
You're already seeing that with a lot of them. I don't know that Rivals does that, but 247 does that. And On3 does that. They grade portal players. So and they grade like 3-star. Like if you go to 247, they'll have like their high school grade and then their portal grade. Now it's still like everything else. It's biased towards certain guys and it is what it is. But they already do that, and you'll see more of that. What's challenging now is evaluating recruiting classes in this era of high school plus portal. Say, well, this team only ranked, 35th in high school recruiting class. Well, yeah, because they only signed 11 players because they brought in 19 transfers. Well, this team had the number one portal class. Yeah, because they brought in 19 players. Notre Dame's bringing in 8. They're not going to have the number one class ever because they only brought in 8. So it makes it challenging. It really does. And I wish there was like a metric where they could combine sort of the ranking of the two to kind of see how, to have something that way would be like instead of a composite of a ranking of all the services, like a composite of your high school and your have a high school grade and ranking, a transfer class grade and ranking, and then a composite class ranking that includes all of them. That'd be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I agree.
I assume that'll come at some point in time. I would imagine so.
ND, it just means more. Fact or fiction? It is a very strong possibility that Tosh Baker would have been a better left tackle than Knapp if given the chance to start. He is just not a consistently good practice player, and Knapp is.
I don't know that I I don't know that I think that I'd say that's fiction. Like, because it's fiction based off what the makeup of the 2024 team was. In that this is a team that's going to run the football. And they needed Anthony Knapp, as I've said many times. There was long stretches of the season where Anthony Knapp was your best run blocker. Tosh Baker would have done a better job in pass pro in the playoffs than Anthony Knapp. I think that's kind of a fact. Tosh Baker's not driving Mikael Kamara off the ball and opening up Jeremiah Love for a 98-yard touchdown run. It's not doing it. It's not that kind of player. So, there's some give and take with those two. They're very different type of players. Which one was more important to this football team? The guy that could pass pro or the guy that could really get after it in the run game? The makeup of this team, you needed the guy that could get after it in the run game, in my opinion. Now, if we're talking about you take the same circumstance and you put it towards 2023, let's say Joe Walt would have left after 22. Couldn't have. I'm just making a point. And yet it was either Tosh as a fifth year, Anthony Knapp as a true freshman, or let's just say this. Let's say Sam Hartman came back and he was your quarterback in 2024 for his 13th year of college football. Would I think Tosh would have been a better option than Anthony Knapp? Probably, because the makeup of that team was such that you would have been more of a drop back, protect the quarterback type of team. But with the makeup of the Notre Dame football team, Anthony Knapp, I think, still ended up being their best option, because the big surprise for me with Anthony Knapp this year was that I would have thought the opposite of what was true. I would have thought with his athleticism and length and size, he'd have been better in pass pro than run blocking. But the opposite was true. He was a very good run blocker and not a very good pass blocker. And I think that was – and Tosh is a very mediocre run blocker. This is kind of solid. And, he's an inconsistent pass blocker, but still more consistent than what Anthony Knapp was. But the makeup of this team, they needed that Anthony Knapp skill set much more so than they needed the Tosh Baker skill set. The reason it worked against Penn State is because you're down 10-3 and your run game wasn't moving and you needed a guy that could protect the quarterback a little bit more. And Tosh wasn't a bum against the run. He wasn't going to move people the way that Anthony Knapp was going to move people. So that's my opinion on that, Trev.
Yeah, I think the prime example of that is Charles Jagas was the one that started at left tackle for the national championship and not Tosh. Now, I know another factor in that was Rocco was healthy to go at right guard, which then kicked Jags out to left tackle. But still kind of the same premise, because Charles kind of gives you the better aspects of both players, I guess you could say. He can run block like Anthony Knapp, but he has success in pass protection like what Tosh Baker would have from time to time. And that's ultimately another reason why I think that they went with him at left tackle for the national championship instead of playing a healthy Charles Jagas at right guard and Tosh at left tackle against Ohio State.
Mm-hmm. Good point, Trev.
Super chat from Alan Watson. Thank you so much for the super chat, Alan. Really appreciate that. Say you could keep a couple players that would never age and always be in their prime. Who would you keep on offense and defense? Let's say two each. For me, it's Alan Page, Joe Theismann and Rocket, and Durson.
Oh, you and I have one in common, and that's Rocket. Alan Page was way before my time. My life has gone on with me knowing Alan Page, either A, on NFL film videos with the Purple People Eaters, or as a judge. That's Joe Theismann, for me, was growing up as my parents were Redskins fans. I know Joe Theismann is a Washington Redskin quarterback, not a Notre Dame quarterback. Dave Duerson, I don't remember him in college. I remember him with the Bears, though. So Rocket would be the one on offense for me. Oh, man. Never age. And you could kind of have them right now. Offensively, that's a tough one, man, because you got Rocket. That's a no-brainer. But then I think, okay, would I want Michael Floyd? Would I want Will Fuller? Would I want Golden Tate? Would I want Tim Brown? Would I want Quentin Nelson? Would I want Aaron Taylor? Oh, man, that's a tough one. For the needs of this team, I'm just going to say this. If I can have my way, if we're talking like this fantasy land and I can have my way, here's what this 2025 football team is going to look like. I'm going to have same starting quarterback, same backfield, same boundary receiver in Malachi Fields, same slot receiver in Jaden Greathouse, but my Z is Rocket Ismail. My starting offensive line from right to left is going to be right tackle, Mia Wagner or Gerby Lambert. Right guard, Billy Schrouth. Center is either Ashton Craig or Anthony Knapp. Left guard, Quentin Nelson. Left tackle, Charles Jagasol. How do you stop this team from running the football when you got Quentin Nelson and Charles Jagasol blocking for each other, Jeremiah Love in the backfield, Malachi Fields out here, Jaden Grace out in the slot, and then Rocket outside running goes and posts and still being able to do some – oh, my gosh. Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. May I have another? On the defensive side of the ball, this is a pretty easy one too. My starting end is Justin Tuck. Like, yep, that's going to be the case for me. And my starting 3 technique, love you, Gabriel Rubio, but Bryant Young is starting for me at 3 technique. And his son is backing up Justin Tuck. Like, that's what I'm rolling with here. That's what I'm doing. With all due respect, I mean, give me Harrison Smith to be great, but if I'm dominating up front with those 2 cats, the linebacker secondary, you're good at Notre Dame. You give me those 2 cats up front and Rocket and Q on the offense. Let's get them rings measured up, buddy. Let's get those things ready to go. So yeah, I dig it. I dig it big time. That's what I would do.
If they could never age on offense, I'll go just with this team specifically, with all the question marks going around left tackle. If you just give me Joe Alt and he's just my left tackle for eternity and never leaves. I mean, this starting lineup, I'd go Joe Alt left tackle, Charles Jagasol left guard, one of Knapp or Craig at center, Schrouth at right guard, and Emil or Gerby at right. And then I'm the same with you. I'd go Z receiver. But again, for some of the reasons like we've talked about before, I'm going to go Golden Tate at Z, just because I didn't watch Rocket in his prime like that, but I did watch Golden Tate when he was at Notre Dame. So I'd go that. I mean, a starting receiving core, Golden Tate, Jaden Greathouse, and Malachi Fields.
Real quick, did you watch the video I sent you the other day?
I did.
Of Rocket? Okay.
I did. I sure did.
But you and I have talked about, though, it's different watching highlights than it is watching the guy live. Totally get that. But I just was curious if you had watched it. Wasn't challenging your opinion. It was more of,
oh, yeah.
By the way, did you watch those?
I saw it. I saw it. Don't you worry.
That's why I don't have Tim Brown on mine. And that's why I don't have Alan Page or if Loose Emoji were to put a list together like this, I promise you, I know for a fact one guy he would have on his list, Ross Browner, would absolutely be on Lou's list because he saw Ross play. I didn't, so I couldn't put him on my list. So like guys like that, I can't put on my list. So just like Tim Brown, I remember Tim Brown. I vaguely remember 1987, but I definitely remember him playing for the Raiders. So. Yeah, that'd be fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. But defensively,
I got to change my defensive pick here real quick, though, Trev, while you think about that. Andrew Gilmore said Justin Tuck, and I can't be agreeing this much in 1 week with Andrew Gilmore. So I got to change my opinion. I'm going to have to find somebody else to go with here. So I'm going to think of somebody. Give me a second. I'll think of somebody else. But yeah, it's good. It's good.
I would go on defense. God. I mean, man, if he never aged, how can you not go with Xavier Watts for how impactful, just in every big moment? Xavier Watts would probably be one of mine. Edge rushers that I've seen play. Justin Tuck was like just before I watched Notre Dame like this, which is really unfortunate. When I hear Justin Tuck, I think of him with the Giants.
Right.
Right.
It's fair.
Fair. So, gosh, if I had to go with anybody, probably,
you got
Stephon Tuitt or
your lifetime. Yeah, Tuitt. You've got Lewis Nix. You've got Victor Abiamiri. You've got you Foskey. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Just take my word for it and go with Bryant Young.
Here for that.
I'm just kidding. Well, you didn't see Todd Light play. I mean, the guy that I have the toughest time not having on there is Harrison Smith. Like having Harrison Smith, love Xavier Watts, but having Harrison Smith play next to, that'd be fun to watch. Manti was a phenomenal player. I just don't know if Manti would be as great of a fit for the modern game.
I was just about to say, like, that's.
But I do think that the current coaching staff probably wouldn't have him at 250. He'd probably be 235 and more mobile, and that's also part of it too.
Yeah, that was my holdup with Manti. It's just I loved him, but that was one of the reasons why he didn't work out in the NFL, in my opinion, is because he was a very old school stop the run box linebacker, and by the time he got to the league, he was having to be in coverage against tight ends and slot receivers, and that's kind of what plagued him a little bit. But
teams just don't run the ball in the way that they did back then.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different. But I also still believe if you watch Manti in high school, I don't know that Manti becomes a 255-pound dude in college like he did at Notre Dame if he's coming up in today's game, which would make him a little bit more mobile. Yeah, it's a good one. Very good one. I mean, like it's fairy tales, but it's fun. It's fun to think about that. It's fun to reminisce on those type of things.
Oh, yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. Brian and I were talking on my drive back on Wednesday from South Bend to back down here to Indy, and we were just talking about just fun duos. It would have been cool to see play together, but like never would have been on the same team, you know. Right. But yeah, I agree. I love it. Super chat from Craig Sebring. Thank you so much, Craig, for the super chat. We really appreciate that. So, what do you think of Deion Sanders getting a 5-year, $54 million contract extension?
I think it's great. I mean, I think he earned it. I mean, like, I thought him winning, what'd they go, 4-8 his first year?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a very good coaching job. There's some things I didn't like that Deion did off the field that kind of bothered me, but you go look at their team this year, they went 9-4. And one of their losses was last second to K-State, had a shot to win that game. They had some very, very good wins this past season. And I mean, their attendance was their home attendance was pretty strong. So I think he's done a lot of really good things. He's brought a lot of value to that program that didn't exist before. It's an absolute just bottom dweller in that league. I mean, their stadium, the capacity of their stadium is only 50,000. Yet this past year they have an asterisk because they can kind of get some extra things there. But this past year they 49,000 for an opener, 52.7, 53.9, 53.2, 54.6, 51 for home games. And then you go back and look at the year before he got there, their home games were 47, 42, 50, 40, 42, 33 for home games. You know, like this is not a fan base that was overly favorable to the Buffaloes. And, you know, you're adding 10, 12,000 people a game. That's money right there. You're making money. And it started right away. First year, 53, 53, 54, 53, 52.7, 52.7. So he's added tremendous financial value to that program. And he's won games and he can recruit. And as long as he wants to be there, go for it. I'm very curious to see what he can do now that he doesn't have the guys he brought with him from Jacksonville State. That's going to be part of it. I've said before, Trev, I think I've said this to you. I don't know if I've said this publicly. I won't be shocked if he's an even better coach after his kids leave than he was before. Because I felt some of the things that kind of hindered Deion was stuff that involved his kids. Like he felt like he always had to be the protector of his kids and all this other kinds of. Now he just gets to be kind of the head coach for everybody. Not just you're the head coach for these guys, and then you're also dad for Shador, Shiloh, and Travis. He was basically that's what he was for Travis. So I'm very curious to see what he does without them. But I'm not one of those people who just thinks they're just going to suck because those guys aren't there anymore. So this is going to be a big year for him. But yeah, I think he's earned that. I think he certainly brought that kind of value to the program.
Financial value, I would say that he's brought that to the program. This is more of a personal preference. I honestly don't have an issue if you extend him right now. I would have waited a year to see what he does without Shador and Travis and Shiloh. Deion mentioned something when he was at Jackson State when he was asked, like, hey, man, you guys are dominating at this level. Why don't you move up a division? And he was like, look, because we get dominated in the trenches. He was a firm believer that skilled positions are able to compete at any level. And then still the same problems in 2 years persisted at Colorado where they weren't able to stop the run and run the football. Now, to Brian's point, will he be more willing to do that now that he doesn't have Shador, now that he doesn't have Travis Hunter? I hope so. But that would have been my one pause about extending him now versus doing it after next season to see if that's something that's developed, or are you just going to rely on having a quarterback that's going to throw the ball all over the yard for 12 games?
I think it takes longer to bring in those type of players too. And that's the other part of it, is it takes longer to rebuild your lines. Like you said,
Yep.
I've said this before. So when I was at Christopher Newport, there were times where my guys would get together with like UVA guys and William and Mary guys at these different, like not 7-on-7, they just kind of would work out together and have these, like they'd come to our place. We had really nice facilities, or our kids would go work out with them. And our kids more than held their own against those guys in 7-on-7. If we played them in a football game, they'd beat us by 90 because we have starting guards that are 6 foot 230. You know, I mean, it's a different world in the trenches. We had an All-American linebacker named Justin Wood who was 5'11", 210, and he was a thumper. I mean, he'd get just physically dominated against Division I athletes. Not that he wasn't a great football player. He was a great football player. He just was a great football player that was at a position where at one level you need to be 6'2", 240, and at our level you could be 5'10", 5'11", 210 and be a dominant physical football player. And so you are correct, Trev. It's in the trenches, and that's where it takes the most time to also build your roster, because there aren't, and here's the thing, there's not as many really good offensive linemen as there are receivers. There aren't as many good D tackles as there are receivers and running backs and corners, and it just takes more time to rebuild that. But even with those issues, they still won 9 games this year, which is a heck of a job. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great observation, Trev, because it's the trenches where you see the biggest difference.
Yeah. Yep. That's why in the NFL, even you see guys and you hear about guys starting receivers like, yeah, but University of, Sacramento State A&M, and they're starting wide receivers in the NFL, but then you hear linemen, it's like University of Wisconsin, University of Virginia, University of Notre Dame. Yeah.
You occasionally have some of those guys that come from those, but then a lot of those guys don't pan out as well. The North Dakota State kids have panned out relatively well, but remember that kid, Titus Howard, that got drafted by Tennessee or something, and he was from Alabama A&M, and he just he didn't do anything. Yep. It's such a different jump in level, especially nowadays when a lot of these kids are competing against each other in 7-on-7s and different things like that. There's not a 7-on-7 league for linemen.
Well, I know. Well, and I mean, there's even varying degrees within D1. Offensive and defensive linemen at Notre Dame and Georgia and Clemson and Bama are different than offensive linemen at Rutgers. But they're all Power 4. So it's definitely a challenge.
Yeah. So Insured by Big said, I need to see pics or videos of BD back in his football days. So here's a funny story. So we were maybe 2-3 years, or maybe actually about 7-8 years into our marriage. My wife and we were home visiting my parents, and my mom had a picture of me in my football uniform. And my wife goes, I wish I knew that guy. And I said, hey, man, what? I was like, what if I saw a picture of you when you were 18 in a bikini? And I was like, wish I knew that chick. You know what I mean? You'd be so, I was like, and as soon as she said it, she looked at me, she was like, oh, she was like, did I just say that out loud? I was like, that's so messed up.
Oh,
it's so messed up. But yeah, man. She said she hit me with that. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yep. But yeah, it's pretty funny. She hit me with it, Trev. She hit me with it.
Oh man.
Yeah. I cried a little. I'm just joking.
Aiden Benami, should or will Notre Dame go to the portal for a cornerback, or are they good there?
Trevor, I would never completely ignore the potential to upgrade your football team with a veteran. I would never ignore that. I think they're good, but I would never ignore it at a position where you need a true freshman to come and be in the 2 deep right away out of need. So I would not completely ignore it. But it's going to be, I'm not going to go, you're going to have a hard time going to get a corner who is good enough to really play at a high level, knowing he's not going to start at Notre Dame. No, he's just going to be a rotational guy like that. Why would that guy come to Notre Dame? He can go somewhere else and start because there's bigger needs for starters at places. That can be hard to do. So, but would I move heaven and earth to make it happen? No. If there was the right player and the right fit, would I look at that? Yeah. And one of the things that we're going to do probably right after the blue gold game, one of the shows I want to do, I got to look at when the window opens, is that's something that I want to discuss in one of our shows is, does Notre Dame have needs in the portal? And look at it, and then obviously kind of talk about maybe some of the opponents and stuff too, because I do think there are some positions where I would at least keep my eye open on certain for things, for whether it be depth or maybe, we'll have a better sense of if guys don't step up in the spring. Like I'll just use this as an example because it's not real, but let's just say that Jack Kaiser leaves and Notre Dame's trying to replace him with a couple solid players, a Dan Fox type of guy and a Carlo Calabrese, good solid football players, but not like the high level talent that they have now. Let's just say, and then all of a sudden a Kingston Villamasa jumps in the portal. Like, oh man, these guys are solid players, but you can get a major upgrade there. Then I would, there may be some things like that where it's like you got good players. Notre Dame doesn't have a lot of positions where that's necessarily the case. But let's say by the end of the spring, that's how we felt. Like these guys are good players, but they're just not game changers. And then potential game changers jump in the portal. There may be something like that. There may be an injury that creeps up between now and then that forces us to consider, should Notre Dame look at this or look at that? There may be just some depth needs. So we'll do something like that after the spring. Corner will be one where I'm like, look, I'm not going to just ignore it. I'm not going to be like, no, we're totally fine. I'd let Dallas and Mark and Cree know, like, hey, here's what we're doing. Or just, we need a veteran just to make sure you guys are going to get the same opportunities you had before. And I would, but that's the hard part of bringing in a transfer, Trev, is you're going to tell that guy, no, you're not competing with Christian Gray and Leonard Moore. You're competing with Dallas Golden and Mark Zachary and Cree Thomas for the number 2 spot. Like, I don't know why would I do that? Unless I'm just looking for just because like that guy doesn't really help your depth chart. Because you either put the really talented freshman in there or the really smart veteran guy who doesn't have the athletic tools. I'd rather put the freshman and say, hey, man, just go play, man. And you got the best cornerbacks coach in the country working with you. You'll be fine. I mean, You're talking about a team that in 2 of the last 3 years has had a freshman All-American, and the only year they didn't was when Christian Gray was a freshman, who would have, if not for the fact he had Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison in front of him. If one of those guys would have gone down to a season-ending injury like Benjamin Morrison this year, I promise you Christian Gray would have been a freshman All-American in 2023 as well. So that's not luck. It's great identification, but also you've got a great position coach getting those guys ready to play.
Well, then even on top of the true freshmen, Dallas Golden and Mark Zachary coming in, Cree Thomas is already on campus. I mean, Carson Hobbs is probably going to be in the 2 deep. And then you start talking about, okay, what DB, what corner can you go out in the portal and get? Especially when you have a guy like, who knows what happens with a Chance Tucker when he comes back from injury, because he's one of the players that was listed as working his way back as well. And so really you start talking about, okay, you're asking somebody to come in and compete with a Carson Hobbs, who is one of the faster players on defense. He's 6'1", he's super long. And in previous years, Brian and I have both said that Carson Hobbs is probably going to be a starter going into this season if they didn't have a Leonard Moore or a Christian Gray in front of them. And so you kind of not corner yourself, but you put yourself in a position where you have to find a niche guy that is still athletic and skilled enough to compete in that room, but also has the expectation that he's not going to come in and battle Leonard Moore. He's not going to come in and push Christian Gray to start. And so it kind of really narrows your field of view for who you can look for, because you also, one thing that Notre Dame does a good job of is finding players who have performed well at the Power 4 level. So we're talking about going and finding a guy that has good experience at the Power 4 level, has enough skill to compete in that room, but is okay not starting, but okay competing with true freshmen and a redshirt freshman and a guy coming back from an ACL injury. So it narrows the playing field a little bit for them in the portal.
Trev, I'm going to ask this one, and I want to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Peter Frybert asks, over under a 40% chance that we see a 1,000-yard rusher and receiver before the start of the playoffs in 2025. And I want to hear your reason why you are picking a low number, why you think it could change. And if you pick a high number, I want to know what your big concern would be on that. So I'll let you answer that one, Trev.
I'm going to say under 40%, but not by a lot. Here's why. And 1,000, it took Jeremiah Love as a run-heavy team last year to get. It took him into the playoffs to get over 1,000. I think he was at 900 and some change going into the Indiana game. That could be different because an argument could be had that Riley Leonard took away some of the carries and the yards that Jeremiah Love would have received. And 1,000-yard receiver, potentially, the biggest reason why I'm taking the under here is because I think, especially towards the tail end of Notre Dame's schedule, because you go through and you look at who they have. And the first part of the schedule, everybody knows, is a little bit more of a gauntlet than the back half. You know, you're at Miami, Texas A&M at home, you travel to Arkansas, you host Boise State, you host NC State, and you host USC all before your second bye week. But then after the second bye week, you have at Boston College, home against Navy, at Pitt, home against Syracuse for senior day, and then at Stanford. I think those are going to be games where you're going to see a lot of rotation. I think you're going to see a lot of guys coming in and playing in well into the third quarter and then into the fourth. And so I think that's part of my reason for taking the under and seeing an 1,000-yard rusher and receiver before the start of the playoffs. I think some are going to be close. And I think similar to last season, I think the 1,000-yard rusher is a little bit more likely to see before the start of the playoffs. And I think they will be closer. I think you'll have a Jeremiah Love at that 900-yard range getting into the 13th game, where ideally they're hosting once again. Receivers, I think it's just there's going to be such a distribution of wealth there between Fields and Greathouse and Pauling and Faison and Rariden, and ideally one of the younger guys like a KK Smith, a Cam Williams, a Micah Gilbert, that I think when everything is all said and done in 2025, they're going to have an 1,000-yard rusher and a 1,000-yard receiver. I think it's under 40% chance that you're going to see it before the start of the playoffs. And that's where I'm at. And I do think that a running back in Jeremiah Love will be closer to that than what a receiver will be. So that's where I'm at with that one, Brian.
Good stuff.
John A1, if you were to happen to change your mind on being a coach or wanted to be a coach, Sean and Trev, which non-Power 4 program would you want to go to if you could have any non-Power 4 job?
Boy, I'm Old Dominion, so I could be closer to my family. I don't know. I never really thought about that. My thoughts are kind of like where I would want to live and where I'd want to recruit is really what it boils down to. So I'd pick somewhere either on the East Coast or Southeast, like Virginia on down, like Old Dominion, James Madison be a good one. Teams like that. You get down to Georgia, Georgia Southern maybe. USF would be an interesting one, and Tampa because you get to recruit Florida. There, the Louisiana jobs are really good jobs. Louisiana Lafayette's had some coaches that have had a lot of success there. So it'd be those kind of jobs, probably somewhere in the Southeast, East Coast, where there's just better football, better living, and things like that. Places where you can recruit real well. You want to find somewhere you don't have to super travel real far, and to be successful there. So,
fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I was about to say Boise State until you brought up the recruiting question and where you want to live, and I don't know if I want to live in Boise, Idaho.
Yeah.
I've never been there, so
I've heard it's really nice. Actually,
yeah, I was about to. Same.
I've heard it's really nice.
Yeah, I heard it's beautiful out there, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe somewhere out west, maybe one of the Power 4 programs out in California, something. Get to recruit Cali, live out there. So yeah, it's probably where I would be.
Yep. All right, let's get to the next one, Trev.
Ballpeen Shillelagh, with the incredible embarrassment of riches in the running back room, if you were the offensive coordinator, how would you utilize Love, Price, Williams, Young, and Payne, assuming all stay at Notre Dame into the fall?
I don't know that you can get 5 guys involved. I just don't. I mean, Love would be my dude. He would be the guy that I would be my leading ball carrier. I'd also use him a lot more in the pass game. Jadarian Price would be he's coming in to do one thing and one thing only, carry the football. And I like Aeneas in the third down role. Kedron Young would be a guy that would be a short yardage goal line back for me to begin and would push, for more base down situations. I may even have like a 12 personnel package with him on first or second down, or against certain teams when I really want to hammer you at the run game and set up some play action shots. I would maybe go with him in my 12 personnel looks as a complement to the 2 backs. And so those would be ones where I do. Jabron would battle with Aeneas for that third down role. I don't know that he would have a shot to win that job, but he was very good in that in 2023. It's just a better, more talented player got a chance to thrive in that role when you were out. And I think Aeneas and Jabron are very similar in pass blocking and running. I think Aeneas is slightly better there. What separates Aeneas is a legit wide receiver type of route runner pass catcher, which you saw against Penn State, where Aeneas or Jabron is more of a really good pass catcher in more traditional running back type of routes. So those are ones that I would look at.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I'm with you. It's going to be really difficult to get 5 guys on the field at the same time. If I had to, I guess per the situation, I wouldn't jerk the wheel with Love and Price. I would use them in the same capacity. I would have to rotate Aeneas Williams and Jabron Payne on third down situations, maybe depending on the package of the rest of the offense. I keep them on the field at the same time and flex out in Aeneas Williams and keep Jabron Payne in the backfield. And then I'm using Kedron Young on short yardage and third down situations. I mean, this room is so loaded enough that you just put all of them out there at once with a couple tight ends and just let them go to work. Mm-hmm. Put Love and Aeneas at receiver. I mean, Kedron Young, from what I've seen, he's pretty light on his feet, and he can catch pretty well for a bigger running back too. So who knows? Maybe if I was the offensive coordinator, I'd have a little fun with it and just find one package where just all of them are out on the field. So who knows? So Peter Freibert, which former Notre Dame football player from the Brian Kelly era would make a great coaching addition to Marcus Freeman's staff, and why?
Manti. I would love to have Manti on staff in some capacity. Like, he'd be a great recruiter. I don't know if he can coach at all, but Manti, probably the one that always pops in my head. Josh Adam, Greer Martini would be another one. I think Greer would be a good football coach.
Chris Watt.
I think Drew Tranquil could be a really good football coacher as well.
Yep. You see Drew Tranquil. I'd love to get Chris Watt back in some capacity.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, one of them. John A1, do you think it's possible for a 2025 Notre Dame receiver to average more than 19 yards per catch this season with at least 15 catches? If so, who has the potential to do that?
Yes. Cam Williams, KK Smith are definitely 2 that could do that. Yes. And I think if both of them were in the rotation, I think that's kind of where they'd be. 15 catches, 300 yards, 290 yards, something like that, maybe more. Yeah, that's how I would look at it. Yeah, that's where I'd be.
Yep. I'm in the same boat as you are. Definitely possible. Salty Virginia Peanuts, what role do you foresee for Will Black this season?
I think he's going to be battling for a spot in the 2 deep at left tackle, and he's a type of kid that once he gets some experience in the system in the weight room, he's not a kid you're going to want to miss time. You're not going to want to miss a couple games when he's kind of got some because you may not get your spot back. But look, ideally, you never want to play a freshman offensive lineman. You hardly. I mean, the only guy that I remember doing that in the last 15, 20 years that wasn't because of injury is really Steve Elmer and Robert Hainsey. Everybody else kind of played. It was more because of injury, and very few actually did play. Before that, you'd have to go back to like Sam Young in 06 and then Ryan Harrison in like 03. It just doesn't happen a whole lot unless there's a problem, injury, your roster sucks, that kind of thing. It doesn't happen much. That's why Blake, I mean, it's a part of the reason Blake Fisher was going to start or did start in 2021 was because the tackle depth chart was a hot mess. Now Blake did well, but it was a hot mess. And yeah, so. And real quick, insured by Big, the statement I just gave about my firearms I did not invent that statement. It is a very commonly used statement. So I didn't come up with that. So yeah. All right, let's get to some more questions here. We got I'm gonna try to find somebody. We Rabid Wombats did give us a super chat earlier, didn't have a question, but he's got a question now. So let's go ahead and go to that one.
I got a new Notre Dame jersey, and number 11 was the only option, which is KK Smith's number. Who are the best Notre Dame players who wore number 11 since our last title in 1988? And what's KK Smith's potential on that list?
Gosh. I like KK. I think that didn't somebody else get 11 for the spring?
Jadon Blair.
So there you go. Like that if he keeps that number 11 is going to be known for that for sure. That's a great question. I can't best number 11s
that I can think of off the top of my head in my lifetime that I remember being number 11. David Grimes had it. Shaq Evans had it. I'm not talking best. I'm just saying like that I remember. Tommy Reese had it after he switched from number 13.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I'm trying to find something that shows all-time numbers at Notre Dame and see if I can find something. So I'm not great at remembering numbers. Like as soon as you say it, like, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, Jadon Blair's a good one. That's definitely a good one. Let me see if I can see something here. Let's see. Number 11s. I mean, 3 obviously is a good one. Yeah, I'll have to look into this, man. That's a really good one. It's a really good one. I have to think about that one.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
Wish I could bring up some more off the top of my head, but I'm trying to think of who they would be. I can't think of who they would be. I have to get back to my old let me see if I can find that. I
think
I have a
I think in 2012 Ishaq Williams might have been number 11.
He did. He wore 11.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I got something that's got like some past rosters. Like who was 11 in 1993? Like I don't know that I remember who that was, but I feel like there was a receiver or a DB or something that wore number 11. And I'm going to try. I'm just look at some of the early 90s. Just see if I can see some number 11s on there. But let's see who was 11 in 1989. Let's see if I can see that. Pete Graham, quarterback. No, not Pete Graham. That's not the answer. That's not one. Let's see here. I know there was like a linebacker one of those years that had number 11. I think that was a really good number. Let's see, 1991. Who wore number 11 in 1991? I don't think it was Pete Graham anymore. Remember back then, Trev, they didn't double up numbers. So like very rarely you'd see doubled up numbers. Was there no number 11 in 1991? Doesn't look like there was a number. I'm looking at the 1991 roster and I don't see a number 11. So such a great number, they couldn't give it away. This is interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I'd have to go through the years in 1993. Let's see who was number 11 in 93. They don't have the freshman numbers on there. Come on, guys. What's going on here? But yeah, I'd have to think through that and go back and look at some old rosters. And I always like doing that every now and then, Trev, because you always get like your memory sparked. Like, oh yeah, that guy, and it kind of pops in your memory a little bit. Tom Krug was number 11 in 1994. So there's some guys. I'm just not doing a very good job right now of remembering them. Tom Krug was also 95. So I apologize that I don't have a better answer for you. Let's see, who was number 11 in 1996? Was this one you went? I'm trying to remember. I swear, Jay Johnson. He's actually a local high school football coach now, but Jay Johnson wore number 11 as well. So I'd have to think about that. But Jadon Blair is going to be a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just your ordinary Joe. The need of a face mask penalty is obvious considering the potential injury. But horse collars is injury risk substantial.
Oh, yes. Yes. So when you're running in this direction, if somebody yanks you and stops you dead in your tracks, you have a lot of potential injuries of knees, hips. Some really bad stuff can happen, especially if you grab them and bring them down and then you twist them on body parts. Absolutely. Yeah, I would argue that that's worse than face mask, because very rarely is your helmet so attached to your face so tightly that you're just going to yank my head all the way. Eventually your helmet kind of goes past your head. That's why when you see a guy get face mask really bad, his helmet actually goes this way. He's still looking this way with his helmet, because eventually there's enough give in the way they're shaped, they'll turn. But that one, no give. I mean, you're going to get ripped up on. So that one is definitely one. Hips, knees, ankles, it can be a bad one. Yeah, it's a good question. And leave it to the doctor to ask that question too. I love that guy.
Also, when it pertains to the last question that we talked about, Be Fast in the chat just said Alohi Gilman was number 11. I completely forgot.
Dude, and that's my guy. That's my guy too, Trev. Like, how did I forget Alohi? Be Fast. Thank you. How did I forget Alohi? That was my dude. I loved Alohi, man. His dad's going to be so pissed at me right now. It's not even funny. He's going to be so mad that I forgot about Alohi. That's my bad. My bad, Sai. It's my bad.
Archer 452. What do you expect to happen in the next round of college football playoff changes? Do you think Notre Dame gets a guaranteed spot if they finish at a certain ranking? They couldn't get bumped out by an automatic bid elsewhere.
That's already been decided. So Notre Dame's locked in spot if they I don't know if I think it's top 12 is what I think it is. I'm not 100% sure of that. I believe it's top 12. But Notre Dame already has a guarantee if they finish in the top, I think it's 12 of the final rankings they're in. So, yeah, when it expands to 14, that will be part of the deal. So, what do I think is going to happen? Some of the things aren't decided yet. Like, I think there's going to be some changes. Like, I think you're going to see automatic bids for the Big Ten and the SEC and the Big 12 and the ACC, and they'll be smaller for those two leagues than they are for the others. And then you're going to see fewer at-large bids, because you're going to have, I think, at least 3 Big Tens, at least 3 SECs, at least 2 ACCs, possibly 2 Big 12s, and then Notre Dame. So and then you have the group of 5. So there's going to be years where there's only 2 at-large bids. It does. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, yeah, it is. But the reality is most years this is what's so annoying about it is most years there's not, the Big Ten and the SEC are going to get 3 or 4 teams in anyway. So, whatever. But that's what I think the big change is going to be, and Notre Dame's going to be fine. Now, past that, we'll see. That's a different. Once this next contract, the one that starts in 2026, once that expires, there may be some changes. But for this next one, Notre Dame's going to be locked in, so they won't get bumped out for an automatic bid or an at-large bid, or a group of 5 team won't knock them out. They'll knock out one of the at-larges. So let's see here. Here's a good one.
Brent Byers, true, false. This will be the best statistical passing season at Notre Dame since 2019 Ian Book.
Well, and I think that year I actually think my opinion of the best statistical season under Notre Dame is actually Ian Book in 2018. Now, I know Ian Book in 2019 threw more touchdowns and threw for more yards, but if you actually go look, Ian Book was over 300 yards per game as the starter in 2018. So if you go back and look at Ian Book's numbers, he only averaged 219 yards per game passing in 2018. But that's because he played against Michigan, Ball State, and Vanderbilt and combined for 13 yards in those two games. But if you look at Ian Book's numbers and you just look at the games he started, because he started 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 games, including the Clemson game, Ian Book finished that year averaging 290.6 passing yards per game as a starter that year. And then he just regressed every season because he played for Brian Kelly. I think it was like 8.9 yards per attempt. Since then, 19 is most yards and touchdowns wise. Obviously, Jack Cohn actually has the most passing yards since then, interestingly. So Ian Book averaged 233 yards a game. He had the most touchdown passes, but Jack Cohn had more yards, and Jack had a higher quarterback rating than Ian did. His 2021, he just didn't have as many touchdowns as Ian had, because Ian had a bunch of against New Mexico and Bowling Green and teams like that. And then, of course, Sam Hartman would have probably been around 3,000 if he would have played in the bowl game. So if by statistical, my standard for statistical, Trev, is yards per attempt, completion percentage, efficiency, that type of thing, and then some level of good raw stats, yards, touchdowns, I could see that. I could see this being in the conversation for that. Yes, I do. I think it could be that way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if this is this is kind of giving shades to a buy, sell, hold type of question, and I'm going to sure as heck hope by this. If we're going off of Notre Dame in 2019 Ian Book stats, I mean, those stats were so skewed. I mean, Stanford wasn't that great that year. He had 4 touchdown passes, no picks. Then against Bowling Green and New Mexico, he combined for 10 touchdowns and no picks. But, you go and look what happened against Michigan. He was 8 of 25 for 73 yards. I say all that to say, when I look at statistical, I weigh stats in big games very heavily, because I don't care what any quarterback does against New Mexico and Bowling Green, because those are kind of the numbers that you should put up in those instances. So the stats that I pay attention to are big game stats, meaningful moment stats. And so that's, and from a yardage standpoint, Ian Book, pretty decent against Georgia, but he had 2 interceptions and he passed for like 270 some odd yards in that game on like 44 attempts. And so I look for stats like that in big moments. So I sure as heck hope that that's what happens. That's where I'm at with it. Salty Virginia Peanuts. Does Charles Jagas fall in NFL draft position and salary if he plays right guard instead of left tackle? Or might teams consider him a left tackle and move him there post-draft?
I don't think teams would. If Charles Jagas played left tackle at Notre Dame for the next 3 years, I think he's a first-round draft pick. There's a chance he's drafted a little bit higher than he would be as a guard, potentially. But I don't think he's being drafted as a left tackle. Like, I think he'd be an outstanding left tackle in college. Just like I thought Mike McGlinchey was an outstanding left tackle in college. Mike McGlinchey was never going to be a left tackle in the NFL. And he wasn't drafted to be a left tackle in the NFL because he was drafted by the Niners, and I believe they had Trent Williams at the time. Or was it Joe Staley?
I think it was Joe Staley when he first got there.
So he was never drafted to be the left tackle. He was drafted to be a right tackle. So just because he played left, I mean, Zach Martin, Trev talked about this yesterday. Zach Martin was a 4-year starter at Notre Dame at left tackle. He was never drafted to play left tackle. I think Charles Jagas would have gone to the NFL and been moved to guard anyway, or right tackle. But you can still do that with him if you think he's a right tackle and he, the way he'll play at guard. So will he fall in draft position? I don't know. I mean, you go down to if he's a really good tackle, would he get drafted higher than he was if he was an elite best guard in the draft type of player? It depends on how dominant of a guard he is. If he's in sort of like a similar to the Quentin Nelson type of elite guard, sure, he'll go in the top 10. Whereas he may be 18 to 22 this is what I've said. I think Charles Jagas, if he's as good as the players I think he is as a tackle, is like a 15 to 20 overall draft pick. If he's as good as I think he can be as a guard, I think he's a top 10 NFL draft pick. It just depends on how much he is able to maximize his potential. That's certainly possible, but I don't think it's going to be sort of this ginormous drop because I think he's outstanding in both positions. But I think he was always going to be drafted as a guard at the next level, or maybe even a right tackle. But he was never going to be drafted as a left tackle, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
Do you have thoughts on that, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, I think just naturally left tackles enter NFL drafts poised to or set up to make more money than what a high level guard can, just because of the value of left tackles in the NFL anyways. Now, I don't think that's specific to Charles Jagas. Now, again, Brian and I kind of always put out this disclaimer when we talk about the NFL draft. We're not NFL draft guys, but I am in line with Brian saying that Charles Jagas, I think, would project higher as a guard than he would a left tackle. But like I said yesterday, you have guys like Mekhi Becton, who was drafted by the Jets to be a tackle, got traded to the Eagles. They moved him to guard, and then he became one of the best interior linemen in the NFL last season.
Did he really? That's awesome. Good for him.
Yep. He went to the Eagles and was a big reason for their jump in their run game success. That and having Saquon Barkley helps somewhat.
Helps a little bit.
Yeah.
Helps a little bit. He's pretty good.
When you have a running back that hurdles people backwards.
Pretty decent back.
Yeah, he's all right. Ball Pinchilele, name 3 true freshmen who you see making an impact on special teams this season.
Madden Faremo, for sure. Jadon Blair. Dallas Golden. Those are the 3 that pop out the most to me. You could throw Cree Thomas in there. You could throw Mark Zachary in there. You could throw Brandon Logan in there. You could. I mean, I wouldn't be. I hope that he redshirts, but I wouldn't be shocked if Anthony Sacco was in there as a kickoff coverage guy. I hope not. I hope he redshirts. But those are the main ones to me. And then I mean, I wouldn't be completely shocked if Nolan James went back there and was just fielding punts with everybody else, and they're like, "Wow, this guy's a pretty good punt returner," and something like that wouldn't shock me. So there's a lot of pretty decent potential special teams impact right away from your freshman class. I mean, when you have a really good secondary linebacker and running back class, James Flanagan's not a guy that I don't think will be completely ignored on potential special teams because he was a really good defensive end in high school too. This class has some unique guys that could really help you out right away. But Faremo, Jadon Blair, and Dallas Golden are the 3 that make the most sense to me. And Dallas Golden could be either in coverage or returning punts and kicks. Either one, you could see Dallas Golden finding a role right away.
Yep. I'd probably, the only other player that I'd add into that mix is Chris Burgess. The Notre Dame has had a history of kind of putting younger, very long defensive linemen on kickoff coverage and blocking kicks, things like that. So I could see him being kind of that next guy as well.
This is a really interesting offensive line question from Kevin Cox. Don't address.
Yeah. Would you be in favor of extending the offensive line competition into the regular season, play more than 2 guards and more than 2 tackles in the early season, and let the performance speak for itself?
In theory, I am against this, Kevin. In theory, meaning if I have no context to the specific situation that we're talking about in the line, if you're just asking me in general, would you be in favor of this? My answer would be no, because in by rule, I want to find my offensive line, my 5 as fast as possible, but making sure that it's the right 5. And then I need to give them as much time as possible to gel. That's what my default rule is. In this particular situation with Notre Dame, however, I would not be opposed to a potential 3-man rotation maybe at tackle where Anthony Knapp is still ahead of Gerby Lambert, let's just say hypothetically, but Gerby's really coming along, and you think, like, with a little bit of experience, I think this kid could maybe help us. So then maybe there's some roles for him. Maybe my team who is lacking really a strong second tight end that's a run blocker, maybe there's some short yardage goal line situations in games 1 and 2 where I put Gerby on the field and he's blocking. Maybe we do something similar to what Notre Dame did in 2017 with Robert Hainsey and Tommy Kramer. Maybe Gerby just gets every 3rd series or something along those lines, where something is like, hey, we're going to find some ways to get this kid some opportunities to play, because we think with some experience, his game could really take off. And then if it doesn't take off, then maybe you settle in with Knapp at left tackle or whatever the case may be. I could see something like that. I would not be in favor of that. The one position I'm never in favor of that of is center, because it requires just that being on the same page with the quarterback and the calls. So center, no. Guard, in theory, I'd be okay with that as well. In theory, I just don't think there's really there. To me, if Jagas stays at guard, you know who your starting guards are. There's no competition. It's going to be Jagas and it's going to be Schrouth. If you moved him and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, it's Sully, it's Knapp, it's like there's a legit battle there, then same thing. I would be okay with some sort of uniform rotation. And by uniform, I mean you don't go in the game where, well, we'll try to figure out a way to get Gerby in the game or to get Sully in the game. But you go in there saying, when we go with this 12 big personnel, or we go to this personnel, or we get into goal line and we put our goal line package in, you're in the game. Every third series, you're in the game, except because like they did this in 2017, the players all knew who was going to go in the game. It was Kramer, Hainsey, Kramer, Hainsey, Kramer, Hainsey. The exceptions were, and everybody knew it, if we get into a 2-minute drill, it's Hainsey. If we get into a 4-minute drill, which is your run the clock, run the ball, extend the game because you're trying to put the game away late, it'd be Kramer. Because they're unique skills. Kramer's more of the run blocker and Hainsey was more of the pass blocker, that type of thing. But there was uniformity that everybody knew who was going to be in the game when. As long as there was something like that early, Kev, with this particular situation and the particular makeup of this offensive line, I would not be opposed to that a great deal if it was close. Something like that can really jack up a line if you don't do it right. So you'd have to do it right. And that's where I believe uniformity, just knowing who's going to be in the game when, is important. But I would not dismiss that as a potential reality for this particular makeup at tackle. I wouldn't. Even though by rule, I tend to be against that type of thing. It has to be a very unique situation where it makes sense to have a rotation at guard. And I've said that, like I said that about 2023. I said, look, you want to start Coogan and Spindler at guard, fine. But get Billy Schrouth in there every third series to get, one of those two spots to let him get a chance to work and prove himself and get experience. And then maybe by midseason, you're ready for him to take over. So I've advocated for that in the past if the situation is unique for it. Although by rule, I tend to not like that idea. But that's why I thought that was a really intriguing question, Trev, because normally I'm against this, but I'm not against it necessarily if it's close with the makeup, because you're talking about a sophomore and a sophomore, basically, that we'd be talking about. It's not like, fifth-year senior and a sophomore, which could mean one of two things. Well, one is like, well, if the fifth-year senior's out there, then you can do this rotation more easily because you're grooming this guy to be the next in line, and there's a talent. But now you're talking about two sophomores. Well, Knapp's going to keep getting better too. I mean, so it's a very different situation than we're normally looking at in these situations. So I'd be a little bit more open to it. What say you, Trev?
I would be more apt and open to this if the first part of Notre Dame's schedule wasn't what it was. I don't know how much I love the idea of offensive linemen rotating series or situations based on 2-minute or 4-minute when the first part of the schedule includes on the road against Miami, at home against Texas A&M, home against NC State, on the road against Arkansas, home against USC. Now, if it was something where it was the 2023 schedule in the first part of that, where your first 4 games, you're on the road against Navy, you're home against Central Michigan, home against Tennessee State, on the road against NC State, I think I'd be a little bit more open to it. But I think continuity at the start is going to be something that's pretty important in the first part of Notre Dame's schedule. That's just me.
My thing is, I think you can have continuity with a rotation as long as everybody knows what they're doing. Because the reality is, if you're doing that, you've been doing it all camp. So it is something you've done. I think your concern is valid. Like, you've got to have everyone on the same page. And that's why I say you got to do it right. So yeah, I mean, like Notre Dame did that in 2017 against Georgia, where they rotated Hainsey and Kramer. It was game 2. But the reason it worked that year, Trev, is they practiced that all fall camp. That everybody knew exactly what was going on. If you said, okay, we've been battling and we're going to get down to the last week of the season of camp and we play Miami in a week, so let's now start working on that. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope, because now you won't have the continuity, because your point is exactly right. You need continuity up front as much as you can, which is why, by rule, I'm against this, because I think it can limit continuity. That's why it's something where you got to be like, we've kind of been doing this for most of camp, and it's just kind of worked that way.
Yeah.
And that's the only way I would do it. Is you have to. It can't be just like, well, we're going to try to get Gerby in at some point in time when it's right. Nope. This is when he's going in, because Knapp needs to know, Gerby needs to know, Billy Strouth needs to know, the tight ends need to know, the quarterback needs to know, the play caller needs to know. But it all comes down to the word you said, continuity. So if you're going to do it, there's a right and a wrong way to do it. And you hit the nail on the head as far as what the danger would be with that type of thing.
John A1, rank the playoff team number listed below from worst to best. 4-team, 8-team, 12-team, 14-team, 16-team.
Worst to best. 8-team to me would be the worst. It just seems like, why? If you're going to go past 4, why go to 8? I think there's a lot more debate between 8 and 9 than 12 and 13 and 14 and 15, for example. I think 8 is also impossible to have a good tournament when you have automatic bids, and you will have automatic bids. Because now you're going to get teams that have no business being in there, and they're just going to be sacrificial lambs to the top 4. So just go to the 4. You know what I mean? Just stick with 4. So 8's at the bottom of my list. I think 14 is my second least, because my thing is, why? Just go to 16. It's the same thing. Just go. If we're going to do this dance, then let's just go to 16. So, and then after that, I'd go 12 and 4. 4 is still my favorite. Now, my caveat is I still believe the best way to have a tournament is to play the bowl games as they used to be played. And then after the bowl games are done, then you pick your 4 highest ranked teams after the bowl games. Because now more than 4 teams will have a shot to pull off an upset. Somebody else gets beat. We jump up to 4 because number 2 beat number 4. Now we jump up there, and, whatever the case may be. And then that helps the regular season, because if you want to get into the playoffs, you better win your league or be in place for an at-large in the in this bowl game or whatever. So I think that adds to the league champion or the regular season. It obviously brings a ton of intrigue back to the bowl games, because it's not so much the 1 versus 8. It's now back to the old kind of bowl tie-ins, and then you pick your 4 after that. So I think that would be – and then some teams like, look, we don't have a shot to get in, but we can certainly ruin their shot to get in. We're at number 8, so like we got nothing to lose. There's no next game for us. This is it for us. And it adds a whole lot of different pressure than if you're 8 versus 1 and you're hoping you can advance. And I mean, I just think it would add a lot more to it. So I'm either go 4 or go all in and go to 16. That's kind of how I'm at. But I do really like the 12 though. That's my next best, because I think 12, I didn't think I was going to like it. I think it hits that sweet spot where you're not going with too many teams, but I like the format of there being some sort of reward for being one of the top 4 teams. I think we can maybe tweak the process of picking the top 4. It's 4 highest ranked conference champs as long as you rank within the top 8. So you're not going to have Arizona State getting a bye anymore. Maybe Boise doesn't get a bye in the future. That's fine. But I think 12 is still my number 2, slightly ahead of 16. But I'm leaning more and more towards, if you're going to expand it past 4, might as well just go 16 and stop playing around. But if I could keep it at 12, I would keep it at 12 for a lot longer. And if you're just dead set on going past 12, then just, why are we wasting our time with 14? Just go to 16. And nobody gets a bye. Everybody gets a chance to play. Every high-ranked team gets a chance to play at home. And it doesn't add any rounds to the playoffs whatsoever. It just means nobody gets a bye. That's what I would do. The problem is that every team that plays in the conference championship game has to play 17 games now. But you don't care about that anyway as an institution. And so I'd say get rid of the conference championship games. What are they really needed for? They're not. So
I'd go 14 worst for the same reasons that you said, Brian. I just go to 16, and then next would be 16. I'd go in order from worst to best. I'd go 14, 16. Yeah, actually, no, I'm sorry. I'd go 14, 8, 16, 4, then 12. I think that's the order that I would be more willing for the 4 team if it was the scenario that you described. Like, let the bowl games dictate who those 4 are going to be and then move it forward. But to me, even when the 4-team playoff is going on, it's hard for me to call something a playoff, in my opinion, when the first round is the semifinals. And so I would go, if it were the situation that you described where the bowl games got to do it, I'd be all on board for a 4-team. But based on the sample size that we have this year, the 2 teams that played in the national championship were the 7 and 8 seed. Now, it's different because the rankings and the seedings were different. But even based on the rankings.
Yeah, I've heard that argument before, but I still don't believe that the top 4 would have been the top 4 in the old 4-team system. Like, there was no need for them to punish Penn State or Oregon for playing in the conference championship game, or Texas and Georgia, because they were all going to get in anyway. We have seen teams in those situations fall out of the top 4 in the past.
Sure.
So I do think that Notre Dame would have been in. However, to your point, though, Trev, Ohio State doesn't make it in. The team that won the championship doesn't make it in. So the point that you're making is still valid. I just would push back on both teams a little bit. I still think Notre Dame gets in.
Fair.
But your point is the team that we all thought when they're at their best is the best team in the country wouldn't have gotten in. And my counter to that is, well, maybe that's a good thing because they didn't do what they needed to do in the regular season. They shouldn't have got that second chance. Like, you could make that argument as well. But to your point, in a 4-team playoff, you do run a greater risk of – and then now you get into the Florida State thing from last year. It's like, I mean – you're going to not put a team in the playoff because their starting quarterback got hurt, even though they won 3 games without him. Like, now it's like you don't got to worry about that. Like, just put them in and see what they can do, and
Yep.
But yeah, I mean that is the like. I don't disagree with you, Trev, on the overall premise, which is if you're just going to go end of the regular season and conference championship games, then here's your 4. There's a lot more debate about, is that team really that good? Like a team like 16 USC would have had a shot to still get in, even as the number 8 ranked team, because if they go out and beat a higher ranked team and then a couple other teams get upset, and all of a sudden now we're sold on them and we can put them in. But you couldn't put them in, even though you thought by the end of the year in 2016, USC had no business being one of the top 4 ranked teams. But you felt like they're one of the 4 best teams. Well, even in a bowl system, then you're 4. Now they have a shot to earn their way in. Maybe not, might need a little bit of help. But if you go strictly to the 4, you got to look at it very differently than when you have more teams, to your point. So I think your overall point is spot on. I just have a pet peeve when people say, well, this is what the top 4 would have been, because they weren't ranking with the thought process of we got to pick our best 4.
Totally.
That's kind of work. Because like it'd have been 2 Big Tens and 2 SECs. I don't think they would have done that.
No, I don't think so
Notre Dame
either.
would have got in.
Yep. I think Notre Dame would have been in, but that's like we talked about. Ohio State just wouldn't have been in a 4-team. Like I don't see a scenario where that happens. And so that's I was a really big fan of the 12 this season. And then for all the reasons that we talked about, like, look, man, if you're going to expand it to 14, just go to 16. But yeah. Yep. It's a good question.
So you said which one was your lowest again?
14.
Were you at 8 or 14? Okay, 14.
I
so
went 14.
The only thing that we have
8.
difference is 8 and 14. We both have as the second bottom 2, but we just would flip them. Yeah.
Yep.
Fair.
Ball Payne Shillelagh, each coach is different. If you were a college coordinator for a school like Notre Dame, would you prefer to coach from the field or from the box?
I was always a box guy. When I was a pass game coordinator, I was a box guy. When I was just an assistant coach, like I'd like to be on the field. When I was just running backs coach, just the receivers coach, I like to be on the field. But when I was kind of involved in, like, I was pass game coordinator officially my last 2 years during my first stint, and I was sort of the de facto pass game coordinator when I was at Duquesne. I didn't have the title, but I mean, that was my job. So I definitely liked being up in the box. And also depends on what position you coach. Like if I'm coaching quarterbacks, I like kind of being down in the field. Running backs, I like being down the field. I did kind of maybe have more of a desire to be up in the box when I was a receivers coach, but ultimately when I was a receivers coach, I kind of had more responsibilities. So that's it's just for me, because as an offensive coordinator and as a play caller, even as just a pass game coordinator, I like to chart things and make notes and things like that. And just for me personally, and can't really do that as well on the field. I wasn't I was more like I had my sheets, I had all that stuff. I'm marking that off, or making that little note with my Sharpie and all that kind of stuff. That's just more of what I like to do. And so I would have been a box guy.
Yeah, I've never coached, but if I had a preference, I would also be up in the press box as well. If you're going to be a coordinator, specifically a coordinator, and you're not going to be up in the press box, you need to make sure that the person up there who can see everything from a bird's eye view views things and interprets things the same way that you would, because they might think a play call looks better based on a certain look versus what you might think. But if I'm not up there seeing it, I got to know that the guy that's up there for me sees it the same way that I do. But it also just kind of depends, and it depends on the makeup of the team too. I've seen Mike Denbrock on the field. I've also seen him up in the press box. I think it just depends on what the team needs at that point as well. So, yeah, short answer, ball peen, I think it depends for me. So, yeah.
Trev, we had multiple questions about this. Did you watch this at all, the wrestling thing? Okay, I didn't either, so we can't really I bring this one up because the other one was asking us about how it ranked. I had no idea. Tenzin, did you guys have a chance to watch the replay of the NCAA heavyweight finals between Wyatt Hendrickson and Gable Stevenson? No, we didn't. Sorry about that. There's the one. This is on one of someone earlier that Tenzin brought up that I say him trying to start some problems.
I am Tenzin. Do you think Italian foods are the most heavily overrated of all the various cuisines?
No, it is definitely not. Italian food is phenomenal if it's done right. I think Italian food is probably the worst of the you can maybe argue if you're talking about the chains, like Olive Garden or whatever, but it's going to come down to what your personal preference is for food. I love Italian. I'm Irish and I love Italian food. I do not like Irish cuisines and English cuisine. Nope. No, thank you. I like Italian food. I've always liked Italian food. I mean, and maybe that's just because as a little kid, we would go to this restaurant in Lima called Parazan's and we would eat there. And it was just, but no, I love Italian food if it's done right. It's like with anything, if it's done right. And so, no, I don't. I'm not a big fan of like most Asian food. I like a Japanese steakhouse, but I like Chinese food. I don't really like Korean food. I went with a Notre Dame coach one time to this, is it Vietnamese, the pho? Is that Vietnamese?
Pho, yeah.
Pho? Yeah. I was like, I'm good. I'm not a big fan at all of Greek food. I worked thinking about this when we were back in Virginia. So like thinking about the first job. So my first job, I worked for my uncle. My uncle ran a convenience store and I worked for him, Uncle Bruce, for a little bit. But then like the first job I had is like for a non-family member was actually like at a hotel where I would like run food from the restaurant up to rooms and stuff. And then I worked there for a few weeks and then I got a job bussing tables at a all you can eat seafood buffet down at the beach, Captain John's, not the big one, Captain George's, but Captain John's is a little smaller one. And it was run by a bunch of Greeks. So it's kind of funny that like, y'all don't own a Greek restaurant. You own a seafood restaurant with like no Greek in it whatsoever. Like, nah. So then like I got to know them a little bit and just kind of talk about different Greek food. And I'm just like, so I tried a couple things and I was like, nope, not for me. But Italian food, I absolutely love. Big fan of Italian food. So I'm going to have to say no. it is definitely not the most overrated of all the various cuisines. But that's a personal preference of what kind of food I like. Other people might say something different. I don't know. What say you, Trev?
I think this is tough, and do I think it's overrated? No. The thing that's tough for me is like when I go out to a nice Italian food place, I always kind of gauge, like when I go out to eat, I like to get food that I can't make myself. And there's very few times that I've sat down at like a nice Italian dinner and said, like, I can't make this. You know what I mean? That's what's tough. So I guess if you look at it from that aspect of being overrated, potentially, because when you think about going out to a nice dinner, a lot of people go Italian. Mm-hmm. And when I'm not talking Olive Garden, I'm talking like nice places to go and sit
real
down
Italian food, right?
Yes. But even the nice Italian food places, like, I mean, I can make chicken parm. I can make lasagna. I can make stuffed shells. I can, so, but then I look at other foods like Chinese food. Like Lauren loves Chinese food. I think Chinese food is very overrated, if I'm being 100% honest. Like if I ever don't feel like cooking, I just ask her if she wants to get Chinese, and she's like, oh, yeah, let's do it. And that's just kind of my scapegoat for not having to cook that night.
Do you also get Chinese, or do you get something else while you're out?
No, I get Chinese food. But to me, it's kind of chicken 30 different ways. I think it's but on the same light, I can't make Chinese food at home like if I were to order it from somewhere, And so I think that's what's tough for me is Chinese food I think is overrated, but like I can't make it. But I don't think Italian food is overrated. But anytime I sit down at an Italian restaurant, it's like I could definitely just make this at home and not spend $100 on chicken parm. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of where it's at. Yeah.
And then you have to be careful what's real Italian and what's not. Like fettuccine Alfredo is not Italian. It's meaning like it's not. You're not going to go to Italy and find it the way that we have it here.
Oh no,
that's also true with like tacos.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were on a cruise one time and we went to someplace in Mexico and I got tacos and I was like, "Where's the cheese? Like well, this is not a taco." I was like, "No, it's taco." I'm like, "Okay, Mexico ruined tacos for me, man."
Yeah,
obviously I'm being sarcastic, but my wife was the exact opposite. She loved the like authentic Mexican food because she grew up in San Diego. So for her, like Taco Bell is like an abomination. Like this is not Mexican food, and it's a travesty that you call this Mexican food, right? Because she grew up in San Diego, where like you said, like they had real Mexican cuisine. She was not surprised that tacos look like they look like. I was. I was like, this is not a taco. I'm in Mexico trying to tell Mexicans what a taco was. I didn't actually do that. I'm just messing around. I wanted to, but I didn't. But yeah, so it's also partly what your experiences are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know fettuccine Alfredo, like OG fettuccine Alfredo. It's not like the cream sauce like you normally have. It's literally pasta water and Parmesan cheese and salt and pepper. Like that's yeah. So I'm with you. I get it.
I had carbonara. For the first time on the cruise ship. I never had that before.
Love carbonara.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make that. Angela's leaving. She's gonna be out of town this week, doing a little retreat. So I'm gonna make a couple things we'll experiment on a couple things this week. Have a lot of mushrooms. So
love it.
Yeah, like I made a mushroom risotto for the first time this past summer.
Ooh, okay,
that's legit.
Okay,
that's legit, dude. Yep, it's real good. Real good. All right, let's get back to some football questions. And by the way, I felt this way about Italian food before I met my Italian wife. Just so we're on the same page.
JC Bodie, we go into October with over 1,000 receiving yards.
I'm assuming he means like a player or
okay. I was about to say, as a team, I sure hope so.
Well, no, I mean, no, actually, that'd be as a team because you're talking about playing 4 games. So not even play 5 games. So yeah, because they'll have 5 games, right? Because they start in August. And then they play they have a bye, 2, 3. So they'll play 4 games. So actually, this is a much more fair question than I thought it was going to be. So basically what he's asking is, will they be averaging at least 250 yards a game through the first 4 games? So I'm going to say no, they don't. because I don't think I think they'll be I think the thought is well when you play Purdue you could rack up a lot of yards, but I don't know that you're going to be throwing the ball a whole lot in the second half. You could be at 235 yards and be like, well, 210 of those came in the first half, and then you didn't throw the ball a whole lot in the second half. I don't know that you're going to be going over 250 against A&M or Miami, maybe right around there, and then I don't know that you're necessarily going to do that against Arkansas either. So I'm going to say no, but I say that with very little conviction. Very little conviction, because I think it's possible. I think it's very possible that they're over 1,000 after the first 4 games. This is me over 250 a game. What do you think, Trev?
I'm gonna say yes. I'll take the over on this because I think, especially the first 2 teams, Miami and most definitely Texas A&M. I know it's probably not going to sit well with Mike Elko that they gave up 190 rushing yards to them at home last year to open up the year. I think a lot of teams are going to go into it, especially with Notre Dame having a new starting quarterback. They're going to force them to pass the football. Because in times last year when teams shut down the run, they were like, okay, if you're going to beat us, it's not going to be because Jay Love goes for $175 and 2 touchdowns. It's going to be because you throw the football. And that's something that Penn State learned in the Orange Bowl. And so that's why I think that it will start to average out, because I think they'll be over 200 in both of the Miami and Texas A&M game. And I think between the 2 other ones, between who are the games after that, Purdue and then Boise State, I think. Yeah. Okay. So then I think that they would be. I think they would be over 250 in those. I do agree with you that I think that there will be substitutions in the second half. But one thing that I did learn from last season with this team is that they will, up until the fourth quarter, if things start to get really ugly, they will let the backup come in and just run the offense. That is something that I have noticed. And so I think averaged out, they will be over 1,000, but I don't say that they'll be at 1,700 going into October. If they're over 1,000, I don't know if they're quite reaching 1,100 yet. But if they are, this offense is going to be a lot of fun because I do still think they're going to be able to run the ball extremely effectively. So, yeah.
Chris Galloway asked a question. He said, BD, can you fry chicken? So not in the way you're likely thinking of, Christopher, because my wife doesn't like fried chicken. She has a thing about picking it off of the carcass. So when I get a rotisserie chicken, I have to pick all the meat off and then give it to her. She doesn't like doing that. She's got she doesn't like, so when she makes fajitas, I prepare all the meat and then she cooks it. It's just so when I fry chicken, I make it without the bone and stuff like that. So I'll just make tenders or nuggets, things like that, because my wife won't eat just fried chicken that way. She just does not like it. That's why she just, if my wife wants steak or a burger and I don't, I just have to make some kind of offhanded comment as we're getting ready to go out to dinner, oh, look, honey, dinner, and point to a cow or something nearby. And she's like, oh, I ruined it. I don't want to go there now. I'm like, yes. All right, let's go do something that we have. But yeah. So she doesn't like that. So
wow.
I prepare food accordingly. So I would never fry chicken. And also, honestly, I love fried chicken if you're making it. But if I'm making some sort of battered chicken at home, I'd rather have something that's not as much work either, where I have to pick things off. I just rather take a nugget and dip it and eat it, or a tender or chicken parm. Because I make chicken parm different than you get it in a restaurant, Trev. I don't make it with sauce. I don't cook it in the sauce. I'll fry it on the stove. And the last time I made it, I actually made it with avocado oil, and it was really good. But so I'll fry it, and then I'll let it sit. I'll get all the chickens ready, and then I'll put the mozz on it, and then I'll bake it. And then I put the sauce on the side because I like it to be crunchier. So I'll have the sauce in a bowl, and then I'll cut up the chicken parm with the mozz on it, and then dip it in. Take my fork and then I'll dip it in the pasta sauce. So it gets the pasta sauce in there, and then I eat it, but it's got a lot better crunch to it and a lot more firm texture to it. And that's how when I get chicken parm out at a restaurant, I'll ask them to cook it with the sauce on the side. So I like that type of chicken. I don't I don't necessarily. I mean, hey, look, dude, I'll go to the store and buy some fried chicken. But if I'm going to make it at home, I'm going to make it in a way that I prefer to eat it, a style that I eat it, and I don't love like picking off of bones and stuff like that, and with fried chicken as much. So that's why. But yes, I can make it. I can make it. And sure, by Big C goes, what? She would never survive down here. Dude, she grew up in San Diego. Of course she wouldn't survive in Louisiana. Another place. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. So, yeah. So, yeah. BD, have you ever been to a crawfish boil? Yes, I have. All right, let's get back to some more football questions here.
Salty Virginia Peanuts. Brian, you said the defense will have a different look or scheme this season. Care to elaborate?
Well, yeah. I mean, I said it could. I don't know that I said it would. What I do know, and I don't want to elaborate too much, is I just don't think they're going to have the same coverage structure as they have in the past to the degree in which they had in the past, which is like just man all the time. Single high safety all the time. I just think you're going to see some different looks. I think there's a desire to have a defense where the front four can generate more of a pass rush. They're going to blitz, but will they blitz at the same percentage as they had in the past? I don't know. That was always going to be true. You weren't going to ask Chris Ash to just run Al Golden's defense the way Al Golden ran it. He'd fail because he's not Al Golden. Just like Al Golden would struggle to run Chris Ash's defense the way Chris Ash runs it. You need to let him be himself. So I just think we'll see some variation in those regards to how it'll look. I don't care to elaborate beyond that because then I'm going to get in trouble and people aren't going to talk to me anymore. And
I think just by nature of the roster buildup as well, like how it's put together, I think you're going to see more rotating. That's something we've talked about this offseason already. Since you don't have, a Xavier Watts, you don't have a Jack Kaiser, you don't have a Riley Mills or a Howard Cross. I think you're going to see a little bit more rotating this year as well, opposed to what it was last season.
Yeah.
Peter Freibert, in the next 5 years, what formations do you see becoming obsolete on both offense and defense?
I don't think anything is going to become obsolete. That's different than it is now. I mean, even like the old school 3-4 defense is not obsolete. It's evolved a little bit, but there's still teams that line up in a 3-4. Georgia at times will still line up in a 3-4 if you're in the right personnel. When Notre Dame went with 12 personnel, Georgia went 3-4. I mean, that's just, so I think things will change to where, we'll see more of one thing than maybe another. But no, I don't. In 5 years, I don't see a whole lot changing to where things are just obsolete. I think that we will continue to see, and I don't even know how many people even do this now. Like, does anybody do the 4-3? Just pure 4-3 base, Sam linebacker, Mike linebacker, Will linebacker? I don't know that we'll see that as much. I mean, it'll be more of like one of those three will be like a hybrid guy, and at times he tucks in and you look like a 4-3, but it'll be just different from that same level of personnel. I think it's more kind of what we're going to see.
I don't know how many teams also either run like 5-2. I don't know if that's really.
Yeah, but that's been gone forever. I mean, that turned into the 3-4. That evolved into the 3-4. Because if you look back at Notre Dame in 1988, and I said, "Hey, they're a 5-2 defense," you'd look at him like, "Hold on a second, that's a 3-4." Nope, it's 5-2. That's what they called it. It's evolved into the 3-4, basically. So it's a very similar thing. Okay, let's get back to let's see here. Got that one.
Ballpeen Shillelagh, what would it take for Jaden Greathouse to actually catch on in the mainstream?
Do against Miami and A&M what you did against Ohio State and Penn State. He's already kind of starting to. I mean, you did the breakout article for ESPN. He's already starting to a little bit. But I think to really break out and catch on in the mainstream, Trev, I think in one of the two first games, he needs to be good in both, but then one of them he's like really good. And then again, probably the Arkansas game would be another chance for that because it's going to be a road game against an SEC team, and it it'll be on national TV, probably a night game. He goes out there and balls again. Now all of a sudden it's like, okay, this cat Jaden Greathouse is legit. Balls could mean, balls out could mean he catches 5 balls for 60 yards and a touchdown, but like their money plays, their clutch throws, or that kind of thing. It doesn't have to always mean 7 catches for 120 yards, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, I think that's just, you got to play well in both games, and one of those 2 first games, you've got to really be good. And I think if he does that, he'll quickly like, okay, now we're definitely still talking about this guy for sure.
Yeah. Yep. That and just overall level of consistency being up. You can't go on stretches of like 4 games in a row with a catch.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where I'm at.
Oh, Zach Martin taking the day off for the big old 40th and feeling old. To feel older, who is your 2027 prospect crush? Irish and non-Irish recruit. Man, I don't even want to hear you talking about 40 making you feel old. I'm closer to 50 than I am 40, man. But enjoy your 40th birthday, Zach. Happy birthday, man. I just saw this post, and if I'd have seen it sooner, I'd have brought it up sooner. So you and Karen sharing a birthday together. We appreciate both of y'all being with us today, Zach. Very much, man. Happy birthday to you. Happy big 4-0, buddy. Enjoy it. Very, very much.
Ronnie Reeves. What was the reaction to Chris Mitchell's 40 time at the pro day? I thought he was a 4.3 guy.
That's what Notre Dame said. I don't know that I ever believed he was a 4.3 guy, but if he ran a 4.5 flat, I'm not too far off. Some people there had him in the mid 4.4s, just so you know, like his official time was 4.5, but there's a lot of scouts there, and I was told that a couple people had him closer to 4.45 than 4.5 flat. 4.5 flat still moving. Chris Brown ran a 4.5 flat in Notre Dame's pro day. He was a big play guy. So I'm not super surprised. I thought he'd be probably like 4.45, 4.46, probably be closer to where he was. So it's a little slower, but again, I still believe Notre Dame's track's a little bit slow. So it's a little slower than I thought, but it wasn't like, oh my God. Because like I said, I mean, Sean Davis was also doing his, and I think he had him at 4.3. I think Sean, let me see what Sean had. I think Sean on his stopwatch had him at 4.39 and I think 4.45. Let me find it here real quick. Yeah, he had Chris Mitchell. He had it 4.39 and 4.45. And then there's some other people I talked to that had him near that 4.45 range as well. Here's a question from Insured by Big. Trevor, if you couldn't be a fan of Notre Dame, what team would you be a fan of? Also, how did you and BD know each other before getting hired? Have at it.
Oh, gosh. If I wasn't a fan of Notre Dame, I mean, I guess you didn't specify college, so I'd probably be a much bigger Cincinnati Bengals fan than what I am right now, married into a Bengals family.
I'm going to make you give a college answer.
I mean, I can tell you what fan.
I'll say mine to kind of help you along. When I was a kid, I really liked Florida State and Notre Dame. Like, I was a big Notre Dame fan, but like, I also liked, well, for one, they had gold helmets, which tells you part of it. I liked Bobby Bowden, and they had some players like Notre Dame had Rocket, but Florida State had Deion, who was like really fun to watch and contemporary. So I did like, and Florida State had a really good baseball team when I was a kid too. So, and I was a big baseball guy. So like for me, when Notre Dame wasn't playing, I'd pay attention to what Florida State did. And that was when they really started their run. So like if Notre Dame wasn't a thing anymore, I'd probably would have been a Florida State fan as a kid. Now, definitely not now, but as a kid, that'd have been the case. So was there anything like that with you, Trev, where it's like, you know, if Notre Dame wasn't a thing, I probably would have been a fan of here because my uncle was such and such or something like that, or they're the local team or anything like that?
No, unfortunately for me, not unfortunately for me, but unfortunately it pertains to this question. My entire family are all Notre Dame fans. But
okay,
I will say this. If I had to choose based on what I know that I like watching and how I approach sports, and don't read too much into this, Insured by Big, but it would probably be LSU. Alabama's reign of terror in the SEC, the one team that could kind of slay the dragon, depending on the year, was LSU. I love watching awesome wide receiver play. And they've had guys like Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. And I also love Joe Burrow. I love Joe Burrow really since the UCF Fiesta Bowl, and that kind of carried over in 2019. I'll say that in 2019, if Notre Dame wasn't winning or playing, I would watch the 2019 LSU team, which can kind of get misconstrued with Lauren's parents because, oh, you love the Bengals and you love Joe Burrow. I was like, look, if Joe Burrow went to the Raiders, I would have gotten an Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders Joe Burrow jersey. And so honestly, for me, that's probably that team, to be honest. So yeah,
what about the second one?
So we got introduced by Ryan Roberts, and then I reached out to Brian, and then from then on, that's how we built the connection. I've listened to Irish Breakdown since the first show that they did, the first live show that they did. So I guess in terms of like knowing about Irish Breakdown and Brian, I've known about it since then, but we didn't start talking really until the interview process, and then it kind of took off from there. So
yeah, an important note there is obviously the interview process is the first time we spoke, because instead of reaching out to me, letting me know he was interested, Trevor reached out to Ryan to let him know he was interested in replacing him. And so I reached out to him, and it went really well. It went really well. So I'm glad that you connected with me for sure. So, but yeah, that's when that's the first time we talked. So, and now rest is history. All right, here we go.
Brent Byers, how many first-round draft picks do you think are currently on Notre Dame's roster? Future projections are welcome.
Oh, boy. Man, here's guys who I think have a shot to be first-round picks. And again, some of these are big projections, but, C.J. Carr, Jeremiah Love, Cam Williams, Charles Jagas, Gerby Lambert, Will Black, Boubacar Traore, Bryce Young, Kingston, Leonard Moore. That's 10. Jadon Blair. Maybe Dallas Golden. That would be my list for right now. Like potential, if things pan out, they could be first-round picks. Yeah,
gosh. Yeah, I'd go C.J. Carr, Charles Jagasaw, Will Black, Leonard Moore if he continues to ascend the way that he is, Bryce Young. I know one of the shocking names that I left off of my list was Jeremiah Love, and it just I don't think it's not because I don't think that he has the skill to be a first-round talent, but I watched guys like Jonathan Taylor go in the second round. I think for those reasons, I think depending on what it is, running backs are just not as hot of a commodity in the first round as what I think some of them should. And so that's where I'm kind of leaving him off.
Here's my counter to that and why I do have him on there, because you are correct. I mean, J.K. Dobbins wasn't a first-round pick. I mean, the difference is if you look at the guys that have been first-round picks, Jahmyr Gibbs, Travis Etienne, Bijan Robinson, they were all guys that were a lot like what I think Jeremiah will be when his career is over with, which are guys that had very good pass game production. They were big weapons in the pass game. And that's something that Jonathan Taylor and J.K. Dobbins just really weren't. They were traditional backs, and they didn't really bring the same type of weapon in the pass game that a Jahmyr Gibbs brings, for example. Like no one would sit here and argue that Jahmyr Gibbs is a better college running back than Jonathan Taylor, but Jonathan Taylor caught 26 passes for 252 yards as a junior because they were trying to get him more. But he had 16 catches before that. He had 42 career catches. J.K. Dobbins, was 23 catches for 247, 26 for 263. But a lot of that work was like, running back routes. And whereas like Jahmyr Gibbs was more of a guy that you looked at and said, this guy is a big weapon in the pass game, like a really big weapon in the pass game. Had, 80 catches for over 900 yards receiving his last 2 years in college. Like that's where I think Jeremiah will be evaluated more so than others. So Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a first-round running back. Now shouldn't have been, but that's why I think that's the difference between him and like Jonathan Taylor, is because he's not that every down just ball carrier, which is what I think can hurt guys and knock them out of the first round. You need that pass game force, but that's why I think it could be a first-round pick.
Yeah,
not
totally fair.
Given, but he could be. Because like you said, Trev, there's been a lot of years where the number one pick at running back in the draft doesn't go in the first round. The most recent draft was that way. Your number one pick was Jonathan Brooks. He didn't go till 46. 2023, you had Bijan went 8, Jameer went 12. Why? Because they were different type of guys. 2022, Breece Hall is first guy at 36, and then Kenny Walker after him at 41. They were pure runners. You had Najee Harris in 21, and then Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne, another guy that is a pass game weapon. And Najee Harris was surprisingly good in the pass game too. He was not a guy that was like, he wasn't like Derrick Henry. He was a guy that could make plays in the pass game. And his last 2 years of Bama caught 70 passes for 729 yards and 11 touchdowns, right? So again, even then, he was a guy that was an effective pass game guy, and he went 24th. So to your point, 2020, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was the only running back drafted. He was only drafted for his running ability. 2019, you only had one running back that got drafted, and that was Josh Jacobs out of Alabama, and he was drafted in the 20 range. So to your point, that is kind of what we see from a lot of these teams is their running back's only going to get drafted if he's either a freaky freak or he's a guy that's a big time legitimate pass game weapon. And I just think Jeremiah will fit under that. He caught 28 this year.
Yeah.
So, he had 28 for 237 this year, 2 touchdowns. I think you're going to see that yards per carry number go way up with some of the things that we're going to see them do with him this year.
Yeah.
Good question.
Cameron Ford, who would be the starting quarterback if Prime Trevor and Prime Driscoll were the candidates? Love the show, guys. I'll answer that. It's Brian. It's not just because he's my boss. Look, I don't have to. Look, here's the thing. You went and played in college. I didn't. 1. 2, I was not athletic. I'm not fast. I couldn't move like that. Now, I will say if we were having a quarterback competition, I wouldn't just hand him the job. I'd make him work for it.
Right.
But a lot of course. But a lot of my things with football was my understanding of the game greatly surpassed my physical ability to do things. Now, I wasn't terrible, but it's just that is my own self-evaluation. When I hear that Brian played and had the ability to play wide receiver and quarterback both at a high level, there was not a shred of being in my body outside of the want to of being able to play wide receiver. And that's just, that's just how it is. So
Vince played wide receiver.
Did he?
Now he played it in a triple option offense, but he still played wide receiver.
Insured by Big. Besides the interceptions, what were the other hesitations do you see with Nuss being a top 5 quarterback?
Oh, well, I think he's not the most accurate quarterback in the world. I think he tends to he runs hot and cold. I don't like quarterbacks that run hot and cold. I really don't, unless you are just a really gifted guy. And Nussmeier to me is very much a hot and cold kind of guy. I don't think the only reason his completion percentage was what it was in some games last year was because of drops. Now he had some drops, but he was a guy that I look at and he would run really cold at times. And you look at when he played some of the better teams, he would hit some big time plays, but like Ole Miss and Arkansas or Ole Miss and A&M, 2 pretty good defenses. Threw for 337 against Ole Miss and 405 against A&M. Threw 5 touchdowns in those 2 games, but he threw 101 passes and was picked off 5 times, and he completed less than 50% of his passes. Completed 57.4 against Florida. Now then he'd come out the next week and he was over 70 the next 3 games. That's what I'm saying. Like he ran really hot and cold. And I don't like that in a quarterback. I also think he had at times he doesn't handle pressure well. And when I mean pressure, I'm referring to pass rushing pressure, not the moment pressure, because we saw him against Ole Miss struggle with the pass rush, but then later in the game when they couldn't get to him, he was throwing some dimes in that game. So, I mean, he didn't handle the pass rush real well. Like some of the throws he made against A&M when they started heating him up were like, you weren't even reading the defense. You were just trying to get rid of the ball. Like you buckled. So it's not the moment that gets to him. It's he does not handle actual pass rushing, blitzing pressure very well, in my opinion. And that's a big knock I have on him. But a big part of it on top of the turnovers ensured is he just really runs hot and cold. And I'm not a big hot and cold guy. I'm really not. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think it is tough because turnovers is a huge thing for me. So it's tough. I mean, if I'm going to leave somebody out of my conversation of a top 5 quarterback, interceptions and how much you give the ball to the other team is going to weigh a very big factor in that. But if we're taking that aside, I'm a huge, if you guys have picked up on a theme, I'm big with evaluating quarterbacks in the big moments, in big games. And I don't think the moment necessarily was too big for him, like he was, quivering and shaking in his boots, but his performance in big games weren't great. Against Ole Miss, he completed 43% of his passes through 2 picks. Against Alabama, not bad, 64% of his passes, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Against Texas A&M, 50% completion, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. Now, some of the things go into it where, I mean, he's throwing in those games. Against Alabama, he threw the ball 42 times. Against A&M, he threw the ball 50 times. Against Ole Miss, he threw it 51 times. LSU would greatly help out Garrett Nussmeier if they could figure out how to run the ball consistently. But those are some of my things. I think too often people are willing to say if somebody turns the ball over a lot and throws a lot of incomplete passes, I think the scapegoat for that is, oh, he's just a gunslinger. And it's like, I mean, Baker Mayfield was a gunslinger. And very rarely during his time in college did I see his interception numbers in a game outweighing his touchdown numbers or his completion percentage being below 60%. Those are my knocks on Garrett Nussmeier, if I'm being honest with you. Because when he is on, to Brian's point, when he's on, there's some throws that he makes where it's like, yeah, you could see that on Sundays. And then there's other times and other moments in the year where it's like, I think he'll play on Sundays. And so like that's who Garrett Nussmeier is for me. But this upcoming season could definitely change that around for me. Joe M. I see David Bailey just entered the portal. Given Marcus Freeman liked him as a recruit, will Notre Dame go after Bailey?
I don't know if they will. I probably would. Now, my concern with David Bailey is he's had a hard time staying healthy. That's just kind of been an issue for him a little bit. And do you want to add a guy with a little bit of a checkered injury history to a team with a checkered injury history? Like, that would be a little bit of my concern. But, like, look, he's a pass rusher. He's an edge rusher. He's a guy that can get after the quarterback. I mean, this year for Stanford, looking at his PFF numbers, he had 39 pressures this season and 13 hits on the quarterback. Now, part of that was he had 9 against San Jose State and 4 hits plus sacks. But even if you take those away, he had 30 pressures and 9 hits plus sacks on the quarterback. He had 2 pressures and a sack against Notre Dame. He had 6 pressures and a sack against SMU. He had 5 pressures and 2 sacks against Syracuse. So he was a guy that this year was very productive. And in the 12-game season, that was only a 12-game season. But he's been a guy that's been banged up a lot, and he's not an every down player. So would I look at him as someone who could come in here and help get after the quarterback? Yeah, I'd strongly consider it. My only concern is I'd obviously be a little worried about what does that do to the room. Would he be accepted? How would people feel about this or that or the other thing? That's a legitimate question and concern. But this is a guy that knows how to get after the quarterback, and I would consider. I'd look at him. You just have to understand what you're getting. You're not getting an every down for sure guy. But look, right now your Viper room is a couple guys coming off really devastating season-ending injuries. and a rising sophomore that's 213 pounds, and Junior Chilamaka, who probably should be playing the other side of the line. Would I bring him in as part of my Viper rotation? I'd strongly consider it. As long as you feel he could fit in the room and he'd be embraced by the room, sure, go for it. And then you've got one more edge rusher. Like, look, I'm putting all my chips in the table for a championship this year. But part of putting your chips in the table is it's got to be somewhat of a smart bet, right? I mean, you don't put all your chips in the table if you're like, you don't have a losing hand and you're trying to bluff your way into a win. You better be one heck of a bluffer, But it's got to be smart. Like, hey, I think I got it here, so I'm going to put all my chips in. I would do that this season because I think Notre Dame is a team that has a chance to compete for a championship. Like, look, would I love to see Notre Dame have developed their own players at wide receiver? Sure. Am I saying no to Malachi Fields? Heck to the no. I'm not doing that. I'm definitely going after a kid like him because I'm trying to win a championship, and that's kind of how I feel about would I love to see Notre Dame develop their own defensive tackles? Sure. Am I saying no to Jared Dawson? Heck no, because I'm trying to win a championship and he can help us. So that's how I look at it, Trev. Same thing with cornerback. Like, I'd love to see them develop the freshman corners, but I'm trying to give myself also a little bit of a bigger margin for error because I want to make sure that this team has a chance to compete for championship, but I don't want one injury to be something that derails that. So I'd consider it. I'd consider it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Ballpeen Shillelagh, if for some reason college football was no longer able to be played on grass or turf, what kind of playing surface would it have been played on? Dirt, moss, or sand?
Dirt? Yeah,
probably dirt.
Yeah. I mean, we played on asphalt when we were kids, so I don't think it'd be that. You can play on turf or grass and dirt, I guess. It's basically dirt is the same surface as grass, just without the grass. So it's like the surface you're landing on. You'd have a lot of guys wearing visors, and dust in your eyes. But yeah, I remember watching games of the Broncos would play the Raiders when I was a kid. And the Raiders played in a stadium where the NFL also played. And I think they played like where I think it was the Oakland A's played. And so they'd have these games where like half the field's on a baseball field and there's dirt and all that stuff, So it's like, dirt. So
Brent Byers, do you think there's anything to the fact the last two natties have been between northern teams? Do you think that reflects a shift within college football? If so, why?
Absolutely. And it's not just the teams that won it. You're seeing just even overall, just the teams that are playing for it. This year, for example, you had no team from the Southeast. Now you had a team from the Southeastern Conference, but Texas is only southeast of what, Alaska? Like that's not southeast, And so you had a team from the Southwest and three northern teams. Thank you.
That was very good. That's funny.
The year before, you had a northern team, a northwest team, a southwest team, and then one southeastern team in Alabama. So the last 2 years, you've had one team from the Southeast, not the Southeastern Conference, but the Southeast. And that team got beat in the only game they played in. And then you've seen the SEC this year, the teams from the Southeast this year, I think went 0 in the playoffs, right? Because there was 4 SEC teams in the playoffs, right? You had Alabama, you had Tennessee. You had Texas, Georgia, Tennessee. Was it 3? Only 3 teams in the SEC?
It was 3, yeah.
And they went 2-3, and Texas had the 2 wins. Georgia lost in their only game, and Tennessee lost in their only game, both by double figures. And I told y'all before the season that I didn't think the SEC was going to be as good as people thought it was going to be. So right now the SEC is trending down. Now, what I think is going to happen is I do think the SEC is going to be improved this year. And I was talking with a buddy of mine who talks SEC football. His show, he just signed with Believe, which I'm really excited about. But his show focuses on the SEC. I'm going to have him on because I want to have this conversation. Is the SEC on its way back? And I'm going to give my reasons. I want to hear his reasons. I also love bringing non-Notre Dame people on and ask their opinion as an outsider of what they think of Notre Dame. So that'll be a fun show here in the next few weeks. But I think they're going to rally back a little bit. But I do think the SEC as a whole is going down. But I also think that Northern football is getting better. Notre Dame is a better team now. They're a more talented team. Ohio State is a more talented team. Michigan, you're looking at Penn State, where these teams aren't just playing the same kind of game they used to, that gritty, grind it out, and then when they play athletes, they can't hang. All these teams had athletes. Notre Dame can run with you. The biggest thing with the Georgia game is Georgia just couldn't bully Notre Dame the way they had in the past, and then also out-athlete Notre Dame the way they had in the past. Notre Dame out-athleted Georgia this year. So they battled in the trenches. Both D-lines won their respective battles, but Notre Dame had the better athletes, by and large, throughout that game. And that's what won them the game. Ohio State was just better than Tennessee, like everywhere. And Alabama had their struggles, and the gap in speed and athleticism just isn't the same. There's no team in the South that can hang with Ohio State's receiving core and running back room this year. Just the combination of those two. Nobody. There was nobody in the Southeastern Conference that could put the kind of athletes on the field that Notre Dame was putting on the field at quarterback and running back. Just nobody. That wasn't true. There was nobody in the SEC that you could look at and say, boy, they're just way more athletic at linebacker in the secondary than Notre Dame and Ohio State are. Or Penn State is. They're just Penn State more so, but just Notre Dame clearly had a more athletic secondary, and their linebacking core was every bit as athletic as what Georgia's was, in my opinion. So I think that's really it. So that represents a shift. It's not just that the SEC is going down a bit, but it's the northern schools, and obviously you have Oregon and is rising, and the southwestern schools like Texas is rising a little bit. And the other part of it too is we're also seeing the NIL really impact the SEC, because what was happening for a long time is Alabama and Georgia would get these highly ranked kids, and they'd have these 5 stars just kind of in succession, and none of those kids were going to transfer because some of them were, but very few of them would transfer because they didn't want to have to sit out a year. Hey, I'll just wait my turn, and then I'll play my year or two and then dominate and be a first-round pick just like the guy before me did. Well, now I don't have to do that. I can leave and go somewhere else. Like Damon Wilson. He was on the verge of stepping into a big role at Georgia this year, but he just took a big NIL payout to go to Missouri. That doesn't happen a few years ago. He's now stepping into a role where he's going to be I think a double-digit sack guy for Georgia this year. So I think the NIL has hurt the SEC more than others, just because you created this monster of players going to places because they want to get paid. You created this with your illegal recruiting for all these years. Now that other schools can do it, they're getting more kids out of high school, and you getting kids to come here only because you were paying them money doesn't work anymore, because now they're just going to jump back in and go for the highest bidder somewhere else. Kids aren't going to sit on the bench when all you're doing is selling me this. Whereas Notre Dame and Ohio State and some of these other schools are selling a different type of culture than what some of these SEC teams are selling, where they're basically trying to go the mercenary route. Ohio State's trying to build a program. And so when Ohio State goes to the portal and gets a Caleb Downs and a Quinshon Judkins and guys like that, they're adding them to an established culture that the majority of that team are established homegrown players. So you have a Caleb Downs and a Davison Ignosin. You have a Seth McLaughlin, a Quinshon Judkins, a Josh Jackson. But by and large, the majority of that roster are homegrown. Right? I forgot Will Howard. But, Travion was homegrown. Jeremiah Smith's homegrown. Carnell Tate, Emeka Egbuka. You get a lot of these, all their defensive linemen. I mean, the only transfer there was a rotation guy, Tywone Malone, who spent 1 year at another school. All the linebackers were homegrown. The secondary was kind of mixed. But Davidson Ignosin only spent like a year at Ole Miss. So it's a different animal now. And Notre Dame, same way. You brought in all these transfers that were impactful, but they were coming into an established culture in your program, and then you make sure you're bringing in the right fits where they're not doing the mercenary route. You better fit into what we're trying to do. And so, there's been some potential transfers that have had interest in Notre Dame, but Notre Dame was like, hey, we're not just going to get into a bidding war where the only way you're going to come here is if we play you more money, because you're not going to fit into our culture, so we're going to pass. Not that they couldn't afford a guy. It's like, no, that's not. We're not going to bring you in just because of that. Riley Leonard was going to come to Notre Dame no matter what. It's just like, okay, yeah, we're going to make sure we get him some NIL money, but he was coming to Notre Dame. And then they just had to, make it, take care of him, basically. It wasn't about I was thinking about going here or here, but Notre Dame offered me the most money. He was going to Notre Dame. He fit at Notre Dame. He wanted to be at Notre Dame. And that's why, they're going to succeed with him in a way that maybe some other schools didn't. Will Howard didn't jump in the portal just to get a big pay raise. Will Howard jumped in the portal because he was kind of being forced out at K-State. And he was looking for a place where he could go thrive in his final year. Yes, he got NIL money, but he wasn't making a decision for who's going to pay me the most. He was trying to go win a championship. And so that's a different mindset than a dude that's just going to Ole Miss because Ole Miss paid him a bunch of money. So that's the difference, is how programs are being built in the different regions. And in the North, you have to make sure that you really have to establish culture, because you're not going to have just the top to bottom roster that you're going to have with some of the Southern teams. You're just not. They're still going to dominate, by and large, the NFL draft. But your teams are going to be better because you have enough of that talent now, and you have the right culture to say, you just can't out-athlete us anymore. You're going to have to out-coach us and out-scheme us and out-hit us too, and you're not going to be able to do that the same way you used to. That's kind of how I look at that one.
Fair enough.
All right. Let me see here.
Bobby Jesus Follower Reeves. The first session of Notre Dame football I watched was 1993 when I was 11. Lee Becton was the running back. Great back, speed and power. Why do you think he never went pro? I talked to him on Facebook here and there.
Well, I think that if you would have watched Lee Becton as an adult, you probably wouldn't have thought he was that fast. I think he looked fast. He was not a real fast guy. I loved Lee Becton. He was the running back on the 93 team, had a 100-yard game against Florida State. He had a great dead leg move. He could make you miss. He had great vision. 93 was only his real only big year at Notre Dame. He didn't have a great year in 94. And Notre Dame tried to kind of push Randy Kinder more in 94 because Randy was explosive and had all the things you looked for. He just wasn't an NFL back. He didn't have that kind of speed. He had some power and he had some elusiveness, but he was slow. He was more Darius Walker than he was Jeremiah Love as far as speed-wise. He was a big back and so much fun. I loved Lee Becton as a player. He just wasn't an NFL guy. And I don't remember if he had any injuries or anything like that. I'm not aware of anything like that, but he wasn't he just didn't have that explosiveness and that speed to be an NFL player. Now, he might have had an injury. I don't know. I'm not aware of it. That was 'cause I was 15 when he played, but yeah.
Fair enough. Joseph Barrett. Where does Stanford go to next in terms of its head coaching search? I'm hearing Jason Garrett, Cliff Kingsbury, and Chris Peterson.
Well, just keep in mind early on, Trev, when you hear names, it's people throwing out their wish list, not actually sourcing out who the candidates are. Chris Peterson would be a brilliant hire. I don't know that Chris Peterson has an interest in getting back into coaching, and I don't know if Stanford would be the fit for him. Cliff Kingsbury would be a disaster at Stanford. Jason Garrett's no. I mean, look, a couple that I would consider, I would look across the bay and try to hire Justin Wilcox. I think Justin Wilcox is a really good coach. And he's at a school that just doesn't support football. And it's just a mess. I would go after him. I would strongly look at Lance Leopold. I think Lance Leopold would do a great job at Stanford, in my opinion. There's a couple FCS coaches, like the guy at UC Davis has done a good job. There's a couple guys that are at schools that I think have some level of academic success. Like there's a guy at Lehigh that I'm really high on as a good young FCS coach. So there's a couple guys like that that I would take a look at if I was them. But yeah, Lance Leopold's one. I mean, if Chris Peterson's willing to talk to me, I'd definitely look at him. Even if it's just, hey, could you come in and get us through this next year and get back to doing whatever you're doing? Maybe he'd consider that. If he's not willing to do it full time, Chris Peterson's a Hall of Fame coach, in my opinion. And he's not an old guy. I mean, he's kind of burned out. Will he fit more into what Stanford's? I think Stanford was a better fit for what he thinks college football is all about. And so I would look at him if he was willing to do it. But if not, Lance Leopold be one. Justin Wilcox would be another guy that I would look at as possible candidates. That's where I would go if I was them. As far as who they're going after, I don't know. But Like I always say this, every coaching search, the list of names that comes out initially is never close to what the actual names are when it's all said and done, because people are just throwing out their own wish lists.
Oh yeah.
Somebody said Ken Niumatalolo. I'd consider it. I don't know that that'd be a great one for me. I think he's a good football coach. I don't know if like how that transition would be. I mean, he understands the need to go after high academic kids and things like that, because you just can't go after 2.0s with 550 SATs at Navy, not for the Naval Academy. You know, like I could have gone and joined the Navy. I wasn't going to get into the Naval Academy. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference. Officer school and just, you know, joining the Navy out of high school are two different things. So, I mean, there'd be some of that. I just don't know. I don't know how well he would win in that at a place like that. I'd talk to him, but yeah, I think I think Wilcox is a better coach than him. I think Lance Leopold's a better coach than him. And those are more directions that I would look at this point in time. Thoughts on that, Trev?
I don't know what coaches would be the right fit at Stanford, because I've seen some very different ones over the course of my time watching. Like Jim Harbaugh was obviously different from Troy Taylor, who was different from David Shaw, and Harbaugh were relatively similar in their approach.
He was his OC, right?
Yeah. But outside of that, I'm not too sure. Where you and I are on the same field here is I never pay attention to the wish list of coaches that come out. I mean, I remember when after Ohio State lost to Michigan, the list that I saw for the next head coach at Ohio State, if they were to move on, was hilarious. I mean, it was, verified sources that were talking about how, they should call Urban Meyer and Nick Saban. And I mean, the only people that were missing off of that list were, Don Shula and I mean, I guess I was going to say Bill Belichick, but then he actually went back to college. And so I guess that joke wouldn't have landed, but but yeah, I never pay attention to the list when they first come out.
Yeah.
Brent Byers, where do you set the line on number of human beings Jeremiah Love hurdles this season?
I hope it's not that many, to be honest with you. I have no problem with it. It's just eventually I just worry that you're going to have that one time that, you try to hurdle and they know you're going to hurdle and you get flipped up and you land in a spot that just, like when Riley Leonard, he was like 2 inches away from landing a different direction that could have been really bad when he got spun, when he jumped and then Malachi Starks hit him and kind of spun him. It makes me a little nervous on that. So I hope this year he just doesn't have to do that as much. So I'm going to say I'll set the over under on 2.5, and I'll probably take the over and pray for the under. So
fair enough.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
If I had to set the line over a 15, 16 game season, I'd probably set the line somewhere like 5.5. I'm just being realistic to what he does, but I'm with you. I'll be praying for the under. Question from Tom. Thoughts on the Ivy League exclusion to the FCS playoffs this year? Or inclusion, I'm sorry.
I mean, I never understood why they didn't do it anyway. It was such a stupid, anti-football stance. They allowed their teams to play in the NCAA tournament in basketball and other sports. Why wouldn't they allow them to play in football? It was just we don't want to have a reputation as a football school. It was utter nonsense and just more stupidity from the Ivy League. I think it's great. Now, most Ivy League teams aren't going to have a shot to play that. But, look, I coached against Penn back in 03. That was a really good Penn team. They kicked our friggin' butts when I was at Duquesne. There's been some years where Harvard's had some really good teams in the past. Marcellus Wiley played at Columbia for, my old boss, Mike Donnelly, when he was the D coordinator at Columbia. They've had in years some really good teams that could go to the postseason and win a game or two. They're not going to compete for championships, I don't think, rarely. But they always should have been allowed to have this opportunity. And I thought it was dumb that they didn't allow them to have this opportunity. So, and do they still play an Ivy League only schedule? Is that still a thing?
I'm not sure.
I hope that changes as well, if that is still a thing. But yes, it's good that they're allowing their student athletes who work their butts off and compete and do things that most other students don't have to do, which is not only attend an Ivy League school academically, but also have to go play football at a high level. I have a great deal of respect for those guys. So, and you're seeing a lot of Ivy League kids getting plucked. I mean, how many Harvard D linemen have been plucked at in the portal the last couple of years? Notre Dame had one a couple years ago. So, yeah, I think it's great.
Brent Byers, over under the Notre Dame starting quarterback having 3,000 passing yards and over under 28 passing touchdowns.
If we're talking the entire season, I take over on both because I think they're going to play at least 14 games, if not 15. So, yeah, I'll take the over on those. I mean, getting over 3,000 yards will be a little easier than 28 touchdowns, in my opinion. But I'll take the over on both. It's more games.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it comes down to.
Yep.
If I had to, I'm going to – so over, under, I'll take the over on the passing yards. I'm actually going to – like if it's an over-under on a solid number, I can pick that number. I think 28 actually is kind of a relatively good number. It might be that. But, yeah, I'll slightly take the over on that, but I have less conviction on the over on the touchdown passes than I have on the other one.
I'll go as far as say this. I think they might have a shot to get that in like 13 games, like 3,000 passing yards. I mean, Riley Leonard ended the season last year with 2,861 passing yards. Now, obviously, that was over 16 games. 8 of the regular season games, he was under 200 yards. I don't know how much, because, yes, he was not playing in the second half in a good amount of those, but I have to imagine, in games like Purdue, he only passed for 112 yards, but he rushed for 100. Against Miami of Ohio, he only passed for 154, but he rushed for 143. Whichever quarterback is under center for Notre Dame this upcoming year, those will be mostly transitioned over to passing yards in my mind. So, or distributed amongst the other running backs. But yeah,
right.
I think 3,000 might be in range in 13 games.
Yes, agree.
Ronnie Reeves, when talking about favorite traditions in sports, I don't remember anyone saying West Virginia is singing country roads after every victory. Where would you rank that tradition?
I mean, I don't know that I rank any traditions. I think it's a pretty cool tradition. I wasn't aware of that. So, I mean, that's one of those songs that's actually about the state, West Virginia, so I think that's pretty cool. I didn't know that they did that, though. But I mean, some of the songs are kind of cheesy, but I think it's cool when, like, the stadium is singing the same song together. I think that's pretty cool. It's like whenever Notre Dame plays Living on a Prayer at the stadium, and they've done that a few times, and, like, the whole stadium's, like, singing it, I think that's pretty cool. I think that's fun. It's like that's why I've never disliked Rocky Top as much, or like when you ever – I mean, look, I'm not a big country music guy. I listen to it at times. But if I'm out somewhere and we're hanging out and all of a sudden, I got friends in, in low places comes on, like I'm singing it like with everybody else. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, yeah.
I think it's like, I think Sweet Caroline's really dumb until I'm in a stadium where everyone's singing. Then I'm like, Sweet girl, you know what I mean? Like I'm doing it. I think it's cool, man. So if it's something like that after a win, that's, yeah, I'm all about it, man. I'm all about it. So, yeah. There was a question earlier about favorite 2027 crushes, and I forgot to answer that. I don't really have any yet. I just need to watch a lot more 2027 film, but it's a really talented class. But I'll have some. Ask me when we get into the summer. I'll definitely have some by then. I forgot to ask that part of it. Answer that part of it when we got to that question.
ICURN with Irish Luck. If Notre Dame lands Finley and Mason James, does that make landing Brody more important to make sure you get a true boundary, especially for Mike Denbrock's system? Or could you see Finley playing the boundary?
I think Finley could do some boundary stuff, but I don't see him as a boundary player. He can play anywhere. I don't know that I think I care as much about having a true boundary in this class. It from the standpoint of I'm going to force the issue. I like Brody Keefe. He's a nice player, but he doesn't blow me away. He's a solid top 250 kind of guy. So he could play the boundary, but that's not a big needle mover for me at boundary. I would rather take a chance on like a Brian Williams, who's got a little bit of a higher ceiling, lower floor. I'd look at like a Messiah Hampton, who I think could maybe play the boundary. I'd rather have a guy like him playing the boundary than Brody Keefe. He's a nice, solid player, but I'm not as Like, I want the best players, and then you can kind of figure out the other stuff when you get there. Now, my concern would be is you'd have a 2-year stretch where you only really recruited like one true boundary receiver, but I can go get that in the portal. And then, I mean, Notre Dame's recruited a boundary receiver in each of the last 3 classes. Now, the first one quit the team. Caleb Smith quit the team, but he would have been the boundary receiver in 2023 had he not quit the team. And then they went out and got Bo Collins this year, and they got Malachi Fields next year. Like, you can recruit that till you find someone to trail. I'm not forcing the issue. I'm taking the best players, and then I can figure some of that other stuff out. And if you have the right talent, you can win with Caden Finley in the boundary. You would just have to alter your system a little bit. You're not going to run a bunch of comebacks and back shoulders and, maybe some of the routes that are going to go to a little bit of a bigger guy. Maybe run more overs and drags and post snap switches, and you can still run your comebacks, but it's just going to be a little bit of a, backside digs. You can still run a lot. You can still run your goes and your posts and things like that. But there's a couple of those big boy routes that you may not be able to do as much. But Caden Finley's a pretty strong kid too, and he's at least 6 feet tall. So I wouldn't be completely opposed to that. Not every good boundary receiver is 6'4". So it's, there's some things he could do there. Certainly some things he could do there. Brent Byers asked about favorite 2027 quarterbacks. Brent, I haven't watched all of them either, so that'll be a better question in a couple weeks. I'll have watched all those guys and have a better sense of where they all stand.
Jason Rose, Notre Dame has had 3 playoff teams, 2018, 2020, and 2024. Who is a guy on both sides of the ball on those teams that don't get enough credit for how good they were?
2018, I don't think Chris Fink gets enough credit for how good he was in the slot for that team that year. I mean, he had that great play against Michigan. He was a big reason they beat USC in that last game of the year. I think Chris Fink was a very underrated part of that team in 2018. Very underrated player. Defensively on that team, Troy Pride it started off a little rough. He got hurt, missed a Pitt game, came back. After the Pitt game, he was really good. But I think a guy that doesn't get nearly enough credit on that 2018 team is Jonathan Bonner. He was a really important part of that defensive line. Like, didn't make a lot of plays. He was a really tough kid that I thought was sort of the grinder in a defensive line that otherwise had a lot of really athletic, talented guys, and he got overlooked by Tillery and Akwara and Kareem and those kind of guys. But Jalen Elliott be another one that I would consider as an overlooked guy on that 2018 team. Jalen Elliott was a really good football player as well. But, you had Julian Love and Eloy Gilman and Tavon and Drew Tranquil and those kind of Khalid Kareem and Akwara. And I thought Jalen Elliott was a really good football player. I'll go 1 year at a time, Trev. Anybody from 2018 that other than that, who would be your picks for 2018?
Yeah, 2018 for me, on offense, I was going to say Chris Fink because I think it can get overlooked with Chase Claypool and Miles Boykin and guys like that. And then on defense, I can't think of anybody else outside of Jalen Elliott because a lot of the spotlight can go to guys like Julian Love and Alohi Gilman. So that would probably be mine, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
2020, I still say Javon McKinley is very underrated and appreciated for how good he was that year. And Javon's tended to be at his best against the best teams on the schedule, and I always like guys like that. He was a very underrated part of the offense in 2020. I also think Josh Lugg really stepped up and helped that team a lot in 2022 because he had to step in for different injured guys. He was at guard, and then he played some tackle, played some guard, and then I believe he's the one that stepped in at center when they lost because they lost Zeke. Jarrett Patterson got hurt. Zeke Correll stepped in, and then Zeke got hurt, and then you had to have, I believe, Josh Lugg took over at center. He was a very important part of that team as well. But Javon McKinley very much overlooked, underrated on that team. Defensively in 2020, they weren't a great defense on that. Here's a guy. This is just my opinion of maybe perception of how important he was. I don't think they're in the college football playoffs if Nick McLeod doesn't transfer to Notre Dame that year. I don't think they are. And I think Drew White was always an underappreciated player. I don't think Drew White gets enough credit for how good he was and how much of a leader he was and got everybody lined up. So I'd say Nick McLeod and Drew White are probably my two that I'd look at on defense in that 2020 team. What say you, Trev?
Nick McLeod was going to be mine for defense. On offense, I'm going to go with Tommy Tremble from a pure run blocking standpoint. That offensive line went through a handful of injuries, but consistently Tommy Tremble was a mean run blocker.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was moving people, and it didn't matter who it was. He was looking to pancake people at the second level. He was willing to lower his shoulder in there across the defensive line. So I think Tommy Tremble is somebody on that offense that I don't think gets a whole lot of credit. Because when you think of tight ends, you want them to put up numbers, and it also didn't help that, Cole Kmet had the season that he did in 2019. Tommy Tremble was kind of like, okay, is he going to be the next guy? He was also in the mix. It was Michael Mayer was also on that 2020 team.
He was a freshman.
And so, yep. And he had a lot of hype coming in, but man, Tommy Tremble as a blocker was nasty. And I think he's somebody for me that I don't think gets enough credit.
Defensively, did you say? You said
Nick McLeod.
Well, yeah. Right. 2024, offensively, I think it's Rocco Spindler. I think Rocco stepping into the starting lineup helped solidify that unit quite a bit. You could maybe go with Pat Coogan as well. They weren't great players, but they were rocks, man, and they really stepped in. And Rocco played through a lot of injuries in the postseason and just battled his butt off. I don't know that there's anybody else offensively that I would really point to that doesn't get enough credit. I think everybody else kind of gets the credit they deserve. Rocco, I don't think ever got the credit he deserved for how good he was on this football team. And I'll tell you what, somebody that doesn't get enough credit, I don't change my evaluation of Anthony Knapp at all. But I don't think people appreciate the fact that a true freshman had to step into the starting lineup in like week 2 of the fall camp and handle left tackle for a team that went 14-2 and 14-1 with him as the starting left tackle. I don't think he gets enough credit for the maturity he showed in handling that moment and that responsibility. He doesn't get enough credit for that. Now, that doesn't change his performance, which was not great, but it could have been worse. You know what I mean? If he didn't handle the pressure well, he doesn't get enough credit for just the maturity he showed this year and the toughness he showed this year. What defensively, guy that doesn't get enough credit, the Drake Bowen, easily. There's a contingent of Notre Dame fans that just, and I don't know where this comes from, that just don't think Drake Bowen's very good. And they're just waiting on whoever the next highly ranked linebacker to sign with Notre Dame is the next guy that they're going to say he's going to beat out Drake Bowen. I do not understand why Drake Bowen is not a more appreciated player. He'd be mine. Maybe Josh Burnham's another one. He doesn't get nearly enough credit for how clutch he was and how important he was. He starts the year off at big end injuries. He gets injured. He comes back from being injured. They've had a bunch of injuries at Viper. He's got to then move back over to Viper and perform the way he performed. Very clutch player for them on the D-line. Those would probably be the two that pop in my head most, is just don't get enough credit for just how good they were this season. But Drake's one that Drake was pretty good this year. And people act like he was just serviceable. We were watching two different guys then. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, because that kid can flat out play. So he'd probably be my most, doesn't get nearly enough credit for how good he was. Now there's some people that say, I love Drake Bowen. I get that. But he, for whatever reason, and I don't know if it's coming from other sites or other podcasts, I don't know where it's coming from, but there's this contingent of Notre Dame fans that just don't think Drake Bowen is that good. And I'm like, he was a dude this year. For a sophomore who played like less than 100 snaps as a true freshman at linebacker, he was a dude for them this year. And he's going to only get better. I think he does not get nearly enough credit for how good he was. And how important he was as the guy that got the defense set and lined up all season.
Yeah, that sentiment's crazy. I'll just flat out say that. That's nuts. On offense, for me, I'm going to go with Pat Coogan. I agree with all the sentiment that you said about Rocco Spindler. Pat Coogan's a guy for me that was asked to play a position that he did not play the season prior and step in and start for 13 consecutive games.
In a leadership position, not just stepping in at guard, Trev. Like, center is a leadership position.
Mm-hmm. In a position where you didn't play the season before, because the position you played the season before, you were told that you weren't going to start there. Now, lot of questions go into, should he have been the guy there in the first place? Who knows? But all I know is what the actual situation was. And that's what Pat Coogan had to do, and then stepped up and became a very vocal and on the field leader for that offense. So he's somebody for me. On defense, I'm torn between two guys, and I'm torn between Jordan Clark and Junior Tuihalamaka. With all the injuries that happened along the defensive line, I think a guy like Junior really flies under the radar. He finished the season second in pressures on the team, and he didn't take any defensive snaps in the first two games. And he's somebody that nope.
Not one.
Nope.
Not even a mop-up snap or anything like that. Just none.
Nope. They strictly stuck him on special teams, but then when his number was called, he came in and performed at a high level. And he was one of the better defensive linemen who performed against Georgia and really just consistently throughout the postseason. So Junior Tuihalamaka for me is a guy that I think just when you think about the D-line, rightfully so, a lot of people talk about, Bryce Young and Riley Mills and guys like that. But Junior for me is somebody that stepped up and added an aspect of the pass rush that, quite frankly, was missing when Botello and Boubacar got injured. And so he's one for me. And then Jordan Clark in such a loaded secondary with guys like, Ben Morrison and Christian Gray and Leonard Moore and Xavier Watts. I was a little unsure about that transfer when he came in. And I was like, he's kind of undersized. I don't know how he's going to be at this level. Coming from Arizona State to playing at Notre Dame is a little bit different. Not only did he perform well, he ended up being one of their best open field tacklers, as I think pound for pound, their smallest defender on the field. And so for me, Jordan Clark is another one of those guys that's in that mix as well. Matt S. Riley Leonard was the quarterback Notre Dame needed, especially with a left tackle who struggled in pass pro. Does the development of the offensive line factor into the quarterback decision this year?
To a degree. I don't think it'll factor in a ton just because they're all three kind of similar guys. But let's say all three quarterbacks just grade out exactly the same in every capacity. But the left tackle is a major problem and you need a more mobile guy. They may say, hey, we're going to go with Kenny because, he's this. Or, hey, CJ does a better job of escaping pressure than so-and-so, or Steve does, or whatever. The guy that's the best at escapability could be that guy that they lean towards if all other things are equal, because the left tackle is a problem. Assuming that's the, let's just say for argument's sake, that's the case. I don't think you could, Matt, in good faith say it has no bearing on who starts at quarterback. I just don't know if it'll be as big of an issue. Like, I don't think they went in and got Riley Leonard because they thought they were going to struggle at left tackle. I think they thought they were going to be pretty good at left tackle with Charles Jagas. It just worked out that way. So, could it be a factor as sort of like a tiebreaker type of thing? Sure. But if this guy A grades out the best all spring, he's your best guy all spring and fall. But this other guy is better at escapability, but nothing else. But you're worried about left tackle. I don't think you're going to make you just change your protection. You slide more to that side. You chip more. There's things you can do to protect. But yeah, I mean. But to say it won't be an issue at all, I think would be misguided to say it won't have any impact whatsoever on the decision.
Yeah, I agree. Question in here from BFast. Could a Jagas-Shrouth pairing be two of the top three guards in college football next year? If so, can we get a nickname for the duo?
It's possible. I think two of the top three overall just is probably a little bit too much. I think they could absolutely be the best guard duo. If they're both top 10 guards, that probably makes them the best duo, because there's a lot of guards. There's going to be 268 starting guards next year. If you're two of the top 10, you're pretty flipping good. So yeah, I would, they have a shot to be that. Nickname, go for it. I'm not good at nicknames. I'm terrible at nicknames, so I can't think of one. But yeah, if they're maulers and they're kicking butt, yeah, come up with something. That'd be fun. But
yeah, I wouldn't.
That'd be good.
Ghost X. Say you have a challenge for Notre Dame players in other sports. Who would you take to score a hockey goal on skates, hit a home run in baseball, and a 15-foot
batting practice?
In batting practice. Thanks.
Yeah.
And a 15-foot putt. And who's Who are you picking for a 3v3 hoop session?
Hockey, I mean, are we talking about the current team right now? I'd probably go with Armel Mukum because he played hockey. If we're going to talk about the 25 team once everybody arrives, it's James Flanagan because he's literally like an all-state hockey player, I believe. So that's an easy one. Hit a home run in baseball, that's another easy one. Drake Bowen. Who played on the Notre Dame baseball team. 15-foot putt, I'll pick a quarterback because quarterbacks tend to be really good at golf. That'd be my guess. Pick one of the quarterbacks. Who you picking for a 3-on-3 hoop session? Mark Zachary probably is going to be my point guard in a 3-on-3. Trying to think Joe Otting was a pretty darn good, high school basketball player. His mom played college basketball. He might be on there. I don't know. I'd probably think about who are some of my other guys that played basketball. I'd have to think through that one. I'd need a big, I need a kind of a wing and a ball handler. It's kind of what you need in a 3-on-3. So I'm sure there'd be some other guys. I know Jadon Blair was a pretty good basketball player. He'd be in my conversation for it. I think he was an all-city or all-district basketball player as well. There's a couple other guys that were pretty good basketball players, but I think Jaden Greathouse played for Austin Westlake in basketball. I would imagine Malachi Fields is a pretty good basketball player. He's from Virginia. He probably played both sports. Maybe he'd be one I'd consider, but I'd have a hard time not having Mark Zachary and Joe Otting on there because they were actually both really good high school basketball players. Eli Rariden, I'd probably have on there if it wasn't for the knee because he was a really good high school basketball player as well, but he blew his knee out playing basketball. So I'm like, sorry, buddy. Winning the 3-on-3 tournament ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. But they actually have a lot of guys that were good high school basketball players. That's who I would probably go with. We got our last two, Trev. We got two more questions that we're going to get to before we get out of here. So let's go with this one.
Question from Matt Leahy. If you swap Jack Cohn and Riley Leonard, who performs better on each team?
Riley Leonard, because of the same reason. Neither team was very good at left tackle in pass pro, and Riley Leonard would have done better there. So, yeah, I'd go with Riley on each team. Now, if you were to say who would do better running the 2022 team or maybe the 23 team, or who would be better in like 25, that's more of a debate because those teams would have better offensive lines that would give Jack more. Because like Jack could be really good in the right system that like you put Jack on like the 2015 team with that O-line thrown to that receiving core, Jack would have been really good. You know what I mean? Or you put Jack on the 2018 team with the offensive line they had and the receivers they had, like Jack would have been like really, really good. So there's other years. I felt 2022, I felt like if Jack was on the 2022 team with the offensive line they had, I think could have been he could have been a really good on that team. He just where Riley could kind of be good no matter what. Riley was going to be a baller no matter who he played for. Jack needed more of a system, like a supporting cast specific unit, and then within that he was really good. But I've said before, I don't know that Notre Dame goes 11-1 in 2022 if Jack Cohn comes back and he's playing quarterback for him. I think they lose to Ohio State, and that's it. If he's healthy, they definitely beat Marshall. They definitely beat Stanford, maybe USC. But even then, it's like I don't know if they lose to USC. But their worst case 10-2 with him at quarterback in 2022. Worst case. So, but I think Riley would have been pretty good on that team too. Riley's just overall just a more physically talented quarterback, and that running ability just separates a lot. So
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you.
And then last one right here.
Corey Norman, if you could add a home and home with one SEC team and one Big 12 team, who would it be?
The Big 12 team, Trev, that's a little bit of a tougher one than it used to be. Back in the day, I would have had a different answer to that question, to be completely honest with you. And probably go – I've always liked the idea of TCU, Texas Christian, it's a religious affiliated school to a degree. It's in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which is a prime recruiting area. There's some benefit to that. I think that would be one that I wouldn't mind seeing a home and home for. BYU's the other one, just because there is some history there. And again, it's a Mormon school, so it's a religious affiliated school. They don't provide that might be a better, more intriguing football matchup, but I look at scheduling non-conference games also from the light of who's helping us from a recruiting standpoint if I'm putting that schedule together. So what fan base or what region do I want to get in front of? I want to get into Texas more, so let's go play TCU. That also could be a reason why maybe you'd want to go play a Baylor. But like my thing is with Baylor, there's not nearly as many kids in surrounding the Waco area as there is in Dallas-Fort Worth, which is where TCU is located. You know what I mean? But like, maybe Houston for a similar reason, but I don't, you've got the rematch of the chicken noodle soup game, I guess you could kind of look at, but there's not a lot of history there. West Virginia, maybe, but again, I don't know what, other than winning a football game, I don't know what advantage you get from playing West Virginia. Don't care about Cincinnati. Don't really care about playing Utah. Don't really care about playing UCF, Kansas State, Kansas, Texas Tech. It'd be TCU, Baylor, Colorado, BYU would probably be my top 4 picks, with TCU being at the top. So that'd be my Big 12. What about you, Trev?
For recruiting purposes, definitely one of them out in Texas. From just of like a fan standpoint to watch it, I think a home and home with Arizona State would be kind of cool. I like Kenny Dillingham. It'd be,
Tempe's a pretty cool place.
Yep, it's an up and coming
went down there
coach.
For that Notre Dame ASU game back in 2014 was pretty cool to be there for that.
It'd be an up and coming coach versus like the coach that is now like ascended his way in Kenny Dillingham versus a Marcus Freeman. I think that'd be pretty cool. So yeah, that'd be mine probably from the Big 12.
For the SEC, they kind of already did it. I mean, Texas A&M would have been one for me because, again, when you think about the era I grew up in an era where Notre Dame and A&M played in a bowl game for like 3 straight years. At one point, or maybe it was only 2, but I think it was 3 straight years where A&M and Notre Dame played each other. But that would be one. There's a lot of schools, honestly, in the SEC that I don't care about playing. I just don't think there's any value in it for Notre Dame. There's no history there. Like some people say, Vanderbilt because they're both academics. Well, there's no value to playing Vanderbilt. You get nothing out of it. You're not going to have a great impact in I was right. They played 2 years in a row, but then they also played in 1988 at the end of the 87 season. So it was 2 years in a row. But and I don't really care about playing Texas, it's as far as like the rivalry, but again, that would be a great chance to play in the state of Texas. So there'd be value there. And there's a lot more players close to Austin than there maybe you could argue than there is in College Station, certainly. But like I don't care about playing Bama. I don't care about playing LSU. No interest in playing South Carolina. No, it's a lose-lose for Notre Dame. Ole Miss, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Don't really care about Oklahoma. Auburn, Kentucky, Mississippi State. Tennessee would be one. Texas A&M would be the others. And then the other one that I just think would be very cool to see would be Florida, just because I think those are like you get into the state of Florida for recruiting. The Sugar Bowl rematch. It's a game we haven't seen a whole lot of. I think we've seen once. And I just think they're 2 iconic uniforms. I think they're 2 very distinct, iconic uniforms. So visually, it would be very fun to watch. It'd be fun to watch Notre Dame down there in their roads against, Florida wearing their all blues. And it'd be cool to watch, Notre Dame at home in their uniform with Florida in their white with their orange helmets and stuff like that. I think it'd also be aesthetically pleasing on top of some recruiting perks. So Florida, Tennessee, Texas A&M are the ones that I think it'd be cool to see Notre Dame schedule home and home with. And they've got a home and home scheduled with Florida. They've got a home and home with Alabama coming up. They had Texas already. They had Texas A&M last year and this year. So, those would be the ones that I would look at the most. A lot of those others I don't care as much about.
Fair enough. Yeah, I would love to see a home and home with Tennessee and a home and home with Florida. I've seen Texas A&M. Well, I guess I haven't seen the second part of the home installment of the home. And
you
home
will,
with Texas A&M, but I will.
You will
very soon. And I've already seen the home and home with Texas. So the other ones are also now coming down the pipeline. So
because you actually were at the Notre Dame Texas game, correct? In 2015, weren't you at that game?
I was on. I was on camp. I didn't go to the game, but I tailgated and everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So
I remember you saying something about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and somebody asked, why not play Texas then? Because I have another option in the state of Texas that I think there's more of a tradition with Notre Dame. Like in my generation, I watched Notre Dame and Texas A&M. It was always kind of a really good bowl game. I didn't watch Notre Dame and Texas play until 2015. Oh, no, actually, that's 95-96 in those games. Like, you know, I think Notre Dame went down there. Jim Sanson hit a game-winning field goal. It's like, whatever. There just wasn't anything about that game that really meant anything to me. But the Texas A&M games were really good games and just seemed a lot more memorable and just mattered more. And you're in Texas. So, but if I'm going to play an SEC team, I want to get more of the Southeastern impact. I'm already getting the Texas impact with TCU. I don't need to play 2 games in Texas. I got the TCU game to give me the Texas thing. Give me the other one, and the other one is going to be playing in the Southeast with the teams we talked about.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yep.
Well, all right, folks.
So, that's it.
Well, really good submissions today, guys. Listen, we don't go for over 4 hours unless you guys are really bringing it. And those were some really good topics of conversation today. Brian and Sean will be back on Monday at 1 p.m. to do their RTCF show. And then Brian and I will be back Tuesday at 1 p.m. to continue bringing you guys all of Notre Dame's offseason content. Beautiful day outside, at least where I'm at. I don't know how it is where everybody else is, but
it's getting there. It was ugly here today. It was really a lot of rain. And Angela texted me this morning at like 8 something. She's like, "You up?" And I was like, "Well, God's alarm clock's been going off all morning with this thunder. So yes, I'm up. I'm definitely up." So, but yeah, it's sunny now.
Okay.
It wasn't when I came to do show. It is now.
Well, wherever you're at, if the weather's nice, go outside, enjoy it, have a fun and safe weekend. But before you get out of here, folks, please be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family. Anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. Whatever streaming platform you watch this on, we'd greatly appreciate a 5-star review, whether that's on Spotify Podcasts or Apple Podcasts. But as always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So until next time, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We will see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.